It's like it wasn't that scary, and then you go back and you watch, you're like, ooh, I forgot about this part.
Did I just get
Whoop, 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 whoop,
okay then?
whoop.
So
Well, hi and hello, everybody, and welcome back again. This is John here with Rook and Rasp again. And yes, I am not the one running this game today. We are actually having a GM step in, new to it for our channel, and that is going to be Christy. So thank you so much,
Hello.
Christy, for being willing to take on this game for us. We are going to be playing Exalted Third Edition, which is another game that Carol Darnell helped to produce as editor. If you're tuning in for the first time or returning, thank you very much. But Carol Darnell is a tabletop RPG editor that we are friends with who had a stroke about 2 months ago, and we are doing a charity marathon for her. I'm really going to touch on this rather quickly. If you've been to our here for our other shows, you probably already know all this, but I'm just going to go ahead and address the same things again. Uh, First and foremost, if you play tabletop RPGs and you have played outside of the realm of the ones that are very well known, such as obviously everybody knows Dungeons and Dragons with Wizards of the Coast. A lot of people know Pathfinder with Paizo. Two game systems that have thousands of books and years of development behind them. If you follow the small press games and the indie games, there is a good chance that the game that you have played or come across that Carol had some part in the development thereof. Uh, Going down the line, but talking about ones that are big right now. Uh, there's The Witcher from Arts House Orion Games. Cyberpunk Red from Artalsorian Games, Fallout from Modifius. Uh, each one of those games, Carol helped develop as editor. She was the editor for Onyx Path on Exalted, obviously, and also if you played in the last 10 years, the vampire, werewolf, or mage lines from Onyx Path, she was the editor on books in that line. If you're a fan of the fiction from Fantasy Flight Games, specifically for Legend of the Five Rings, she was the editor for those. So, and the list goes on. I am not even listing a tenth of the books that she has worked on in this industry. But Carol has, in my opinion, been this force behind a lot of the games that all of us enjoy and play. Essentially helping to bring our dreams to life, these things that we like to enjoy as gamers ourselves. So I want to ask you to think about donating for that reason. I actually have three reasons here. Second reason, Carol is also a woman in role playing games, the tabletop industry. A lot of times in the industry, people don't know the faces behind the games that have come out, such as listen now. If I talk to you about Mary Kirchhoff, you might not know who she is, but if I list Dritz Doward, she is the person who discovered R.A. Salvatore and approached him as the fiction editor to write the stories. So that would not exist without her. Janelle Jacquet. Janelle is such a force in the development world of gaming that the literal idea that developed in the 80s and 90s of to create a nonlinear path for completing a quest within games is actually called to Jacquet in the world of ludology. I list off other women in the games. Obviously Carol Darnell, but Crystal Frazier, Nicole Lindros, and so many more that are out there you might not know. And that's because a lot of times in the industry, it is more often than not white men, cis men, who you have come to know. And women oftentimes get left out a little bit and aren't as well known. So if you want to support women in gaming, this is a great opportunity to do that. And finally, I want to say this Carol is an amazing person. My first time to meet Carol was at Gen Con 51, and she was running games like demos in the Independent Game Designers Hall, where she was running Ninja Crusade, which is the game that we kicked off this entire marathon with. Uh, I got to talk to her there. I got to meet with her, play with her. At the same time, she was the first person when I first got started podcasting and was doing interviews with game developers. She was the second person to ever take the time to talk to me. And I have a lot of respect for her. She was on last season, our final episode. She did a guest appearance of our for our actual play of Ninja Crusade. So Carol is an amazing person, and I really want you to think about whether that, one of those three reasons as a great reason for why to back this GoFundMe today. Uh, we're doing this charity marathon to obviously get the word out about what happened to her and ways to help. There are as well ways to donate for rewards for this stream, so that if you would like something to, just for fun and a great way to interact with it, this is a great way. The donations will allow our GMs to do things, drop things, create things, things of that nature. Also, for every $5 that's donated, that is treated as a raffle ticket for books that we are going to be essentially raffling off. There's Capers uh, from Nerdburger Games. You'll get a hardbound cover of it. I've also put up Age of Rebellion from Fantasy Flight Games, and also Seventh Seas, the original first edition book, which has not been in print for 20 years. I'm putting up one of my copies of that as a as one of the things that's going to go out to players out there. So please enjoy, do what you can, join us in this wonderful moment. Uh, at this point, though, I am going to step away as any kind of representation of the channel running, and I'm going to turn this table and this moment over to Christy for their game. And so, thank you so much for Christy for running for us today.
My absolute pleasure. I hope you all are ready. Um, I, I fell in love with Exalted in second edition, which anyone who's familiar with Exalted will immediately cringe and cry. I refuse to ever run second edition again. It was pretty gnarly in terms of its mechanics. This one is way more flexible and fun. So rules are pretty simple. You have attributes and you have abilities. They've got dots. Each dot is 1d10. You roll that many d10, and any 7, 8, or 9 is a success. And because you're so special, 10s count twice.
Nice.
Don't get no successes and ones. That's bad.
I will try to
So
remember
there you go. That's 9 times out of 10. That's going to be the easy answer as to how it works. In case you're wondering what the World of Exalted looks like, don't ask me that without 8 hours.
that.
I have tried from start to finish to explain it all. It takes 8 hours. The simple story is, uh, traditionally, you are on a flat plane called creation. It was the first thing ever made, place-wise, so it was clever.
Mhm.
It was made by the primordials. The primordials made the gods and said, "You work for us, and you can never overthrow us." Magic seal, boom. And the gods said, "That's unfair." So they decided to give mortal men pieces of their bodies as exaltations. And it turns out people with god powers who aren't gods can do whatever they want. So they fought a war and won. And then when the primordials were getting, when they died or when they got sewn inside of their leader who was flipped inside out and stitched shut, all of the primordials yelled out, "We made you gods and you all were giant jerks. Your people will be giant jerks." It turns out they were right because it actually cursed every single exalt. So the Solars ruled, and then the Solars went bad, and then the Dragon Blooded overthrew them because they were doing stuff like human experimentation, make wing, swim, breathe water people without them having any say. And somehow the Solars have started coming back, and you're in a world that believes that you're all that either believes that you're a new hope for mankind or that you're some sort of demon spawn bent on destroying everything that exists. That's not
That's really
fair.
cool.
You're just you. And you want to do cool stuff, like jump up to the moon or slap depression in the face. There you go. I think that should do for basic exalted description. If it sounds far fetched and weird, remember that there is canonically a dinosaur that was created who would sweat and pee drugs.
That's
This
certainly a
is the
thing.
world that you are adventuring in. So, why don't we go ahead and get a quick introduction of who we have here playing which characters and give us
Mhm.
a short feel for what they look like, what they act like, who they are.
Uh, okay, I guess I'm going first. I am Corey. I am playing Mirror Flag, also known as Miri. Uh, she doesn't really have a physical description that's going to be staying put because she's a master of disguise and she wears a mask, a very brilliantly mirrored gold mask. Um, so she's going to be fun to play. Her basic concept is revolutionary actor, so you can kind of see where that's going to be going. So on to you, John. You're right next to me. So hey.
Hey, why not? So, today, I will be playing uh, EA Selik Amu. I am tall, thin, and good looking, just like I am in real life, uh, with straight black hair. I will be wearing kind of oilskin clothing and whale hide, and carrying a wicked looking spear, which is actually a harpoon. So, and that's what I look like. So, passing it over, let's go ahead and go to Avery.
Sure. Hi, I'm Avery, and I am playing Carol, and she is a long-lived uh, exalt who has a very lined face and has uh, fiery red hair um, and uh, is kind of streaked with platinum silver and um, wears just bright red scarlet armor, and she's a big, strong gal. So let's go.
Well,
And
that leaves us with one left.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, no. So, hello everyone. I'm Pinto, and I'll be playing Wolfer today. Wolfer is your typical brute, except for the fact that his signature identification is a tattoo across his back that says "invulnerable and invincible." And you might say, should I be worried around Wolfer? Are you stronger than him? If not, you have nothing to worry about because Wolfer only fights if it's going to be a challenge. If it's not, he doesn't care for you. He ignores you. And with one exception. The exception is, are you someone in power? Are you someone who loves to lord it over others? Then he'll make a special exception for you and try to pound you into the dirt, no matter how easy it is. That's him in as brief as I could make it, I suppose.
I remember when Volfo was first revealed, they said we've had a lot of people complain about female sorceresses in bikini armor. So Volfer is what if that character was male? No clothes,
That's
all muscle.
I can get behind
And
the concept, I guess.
pretty much, pretty much my diametric opposite.
Okay, so you all exist in creation. You exist in all of the different directions. There's the north, where everything is snowy and cold until it eventually gets to a point where everything is ice. If you go too far. To the west is islands and a lot of water until eventually water and sky are one. Then there's the east, where everything eventually becomes trees to the point that it's tree. Just tree. And then for the south, as you go down, it gets hotter and hotter until eventually everything is fire itself. And then if you're in the middle of the world on the Blessed Isle, everything's normal unless you decide to go to the very center of the isle and go up this little pole that's there, where eventually you get to the point where nothing can exist anymore. There's 5 directions in creation, including up. So you come from various points on creation, which is so giant and massive that no one can ever catalog all of it, so you can make whatever you want, and it's canon. And in your dreams, you have been called to. These dreams have spoken to you, the chosen one. And it has said, hey, you exalted. You received a solar exaltation that was possessed by someone from the first age. This is now the second age, after all the solars were killed and the world was taken over. And this spirit says, hey, your old self. They took their valuables and they hid them in like a magic lockbox, this tomb of dreams. And you can come here into this tomb of dreams and receive the dreams of your past self to yourself. And by that I mean, I've got magic artifacts for you that are yours, and you should come and get them from me so you can go have magic fun times in the world, yes?
Sounds good to me.
I
So,
mean, if it's got a better weapon, sure.
yeah. So you
Not a
all have
trap
heard
at all.
you've all heard about these, and honestly, it could be a trap, because they probably booby locked it, booby traps. But what you do know is that if they're talking about stuff in the first stage, they're talking about magical tools of destruction, salvation beyond the ability to be made nowadays, unless dedicated study were put into it. We're talking about the world has gone back to the Bronze Age instead of the age where the internet exists. So you have the potential to get tools that could let your wildest dreams become true. And the lure and the promise is too much. So you all have sort of met in one spot. And as you all step foot together and see each other, everything goes white. You wake up on a beach. You don't know how you got to a beach. You were in the middle of a field. There's what feels like actual sand beneath you. There are waves behind you. There's it eventually leads into trees. Here you all are. This is the first time all of you have met, by the way. You have no idea who each other actually is. We've already done character intros, so we're just going to have a little fast forward effect as you all introduce yourselves. We'll imagine that Volfer punches someone jokingly, and then they get upset. There's a 5-minute talk about maybe that's not appropriate to do to people you first meet. And here we are. Start of the session. Also, there is a towel on the ground, and Corral finds it. It is a white, soft, fluffy towel that seems to wrap around your waist perfectly. It has a moon silver embroidered crescent moon on either end, and even though it was sticking out of the sand, it is completely clean.
Yeah. Carol's gonna just put it around her shoulders and just carry it.
All right.
Okay.
Just as a note, as we were getting started, Avery, you've got yours that you know about. We also have 2 other secret specials that have been purchased. A GM can tell one of us to rhyme our next action. And 2 emoji speaks for a random mob spawn. But I can also, I'll go ahead and take that one, and I'll talk an emoji for a little bit. So just tossing that out there.
I want to see what happens with that one. Just saying.
Poop emoji. Monkey holding his mouth.
So, where would you all like to go?
I would like to, at least Wolfer would, I would like to know if Wolfer would have done any, he's not really an intellectual, but would he have been the kind to look into who the powerful creatures in the area are, so he could go to the nearest fight?
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and introduce a check here then? So I'm not going to tell you the difficulty. I'm going to keep it private. I really want to get a feel for how successful you are. So if you are... There's 2 approaches here. You can lean on your knowledge of study and intellect and use intelligence. Or you can be
Okay.
fast on your feet and use wits because you need an answer right now and it needs to be adaptive. 2 different kinds of knowledge. And
I'll
then you
go.
would
Yeah.
probably use either knowledge nature or you could use survival.
Just a minute, please.
Sorry,
I don't
knowledge nature
see
is
nature
Pathfinder.
anywhere, but I do see
You could
survival.
use, yeah, survival. Sorry, I mixed games for
Yeah.
a second there.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I'll go with wits and survival.
Okay. So how many dots do you have in each?
I have 3 dots in wits, 2 dots in survival, but I have a filled square and a tick square in survival as well.
So those squares signify that that is a caster favorite ability.
Okay.
And if you wanted to, you could use an excellent save. For now, let's hold off on doing that.
Yeah.
Let's
Understood.
just have you roll those
5
dice.
die.
Yep. Tell me the results of all dice that are over 7. So 7,
None.
8, 9, or 10. None. Do you have any ones?
Yeah. None. It's 3, 6, 6, 6, 6.
Cool. Straight failures. Here's what you know. You don't know where you are.
Okay.
This is dirt. This is sand.
So Wolfer just punches the sand in hope that something will jump up
That's a crab.
or, be attracted to the vibrations.
That's certainly something there. Are you going for something in particular there, my good sir?
Wide eyes? Question mark.
I just want to fight.
Fair
A
enough.
fight that's a challenge. It's no use fighting you.
I do not wish to fight you, so that makes 2 of us.
If I could have Corral do a wits awareness check.
Uh-oh. Okay. So I roll... So I have 3 awareness and 3 wits, so that would be 6 d10?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have 3, I have a 7, 8, and a 9.
Okay. So you notice as all of this punching at the sand, screaming at the sky about combat, questions amongst the others about like what's up with the shirtless guy, you see that there is a firebird of some sort flying towards you.
Perhaps fighting the sand is not a good idea. If you look to the horizon, you'll see a firebird coming straight this way.
At last, a fight that would give me a bit of a challenge.
If it's there to fight,
Could be friendly.
could be. What?
Talk
As it
to a
gets
bird,
closer-
Flame? Question mark.
As it gets closer, you hear it say, "Ho, lawgivers!" And it lands, and it goes, "I am Teo." Dramatic flapping of wings. Welcome to the Tomb of Dreams. Oh,
Are you saying that we're dreaming?
no, you're awake. Whatever this is built on top of is dreaming.
Will there be fighting?
Well, of course. Like, you're in the dreams of a demon.
So
This,
we're not.
this is a
on
demon
creation.
dreamscape. Of course, there's fighting.
So is this on creation, or are we not on creation anymore?
No, so it's like so
That's
so
in
he uses his
character.
wings to create like little flames above, and he's like, all right, so here's the deal. So like here's creation, and then above it is a little disc, and he's like, and here's like this dream, and that's where you are. You're in a dream on creation.
Well,
Well, this is a good thing. You can do almost anything in a dream.
Well, I mean, the dreamer can, like, look, I've been trapped here for like 1,000 years. Could we like, could you free me by breaking open the tomb?
If there's a challenging fight, sure.
I do have to
I'm
ask,
in.
how are we going to free you? We seem to be stuck here with you ourselves.
So the Solars who made this back in the day, they said, all right, cool, we're gonna put like our stuff in it, and if someone wants to get out, they have to like get our stuff back, and then they can leave by putting it all together. So you just gotta get your stuff. You gotta get the
Carol-
artifacts that are here.
Carol just nods and starts digging.
It's not what I meant.
Not literally.
So we're
Alright.
so there's a tomb. Is that correct?
This is it. This is the tomb. Yeah, the whole island. See the volcano? There's a volcano. That's part of it. See the water? That's part of it.
Okay.
So you're saying it could be in the water?
Oh yeah, there's some stuff in the water. I can't go in it. I made a fire. That'll kill me. But you can go in it. I mean, you'll be fine, Princess of Earth. You'll be totally fine.
Guess that's an excellent place to start looking.
All right. Well, I will wait for you here, but you can go ahead. I know for sure that there are some things down there.
I will just walk out into the water. I'm from it's kind of very similar to, well, not similar, but I'm used to the water. I'm used to the ocean, islands. Obviously, harpoon in hand. What's the worst that could happen? Other than we have had chat try to redeem a mob spawn.
So I was saving it for this next scene because I was going to wait until you were in the caves. 'Cause
Okay.
that makes it a little bit easier than having it be you're heading to the next scene and now there's a mob right here. So Tio suggests that you check out the cave in the west, specifically, because like the water here is shallow. So as you go around the bend, go a little ways, you see that there is in fact a path down into the island itself, into the water.
I would like to take lead, if that makes a difference here.
Okay.
Mary is perfectly happy with you taking lead.
All right. So,
Is-
tiny downside. There is no light in the cave.
Yeah, I was about to ask, did somebody remember to bring a torch? Or, grab a branch and just stick it against Tio's chest?
Oh, you all know that you don't need torches. Let's talk about essence. So I waited until now to talk about charms or essence or any of that. You're beings who can pull in and who have their own reserve of the magical energy of creation itself called essence. Essence exists in the form of motes, so you can like measure it. By spending a mote, you can activate and glow your caste mark on your forehead. For instance, Volfer is a dawn cast, so he'd have a sun. Like a sun with little sunbeams. If we have a zenith here, theirs would just be a full, solid, glowing circle. If we have an eclipse, they've got a circle with a glowing, tinier circle inside. Kind of like a Target logo, but not different thicknesses. And then if we have a twilight, theirs is a whole circle with a little mouth inside of it that's not there. So by spending a mote, you can just have it glow. Boom.
Alright. I'm assuming motes are the numbers under essence, correct?
Yes, under essence, you'll have two pools, personal and peripheral. Peripheral is pulling it in. That's how much you can pull in before you need to refill. If you pull in certain amounts, you'll start glowing. or really glowing, or creating a glowing display around you with sound effects and everything.
Nice.
Personal doesn't do any of that. You can spend either to turn on your cast mark. One mode. You also, Carol, feel as if your towel could accept a mode of essence to be committed to.
Okay. Well, I'll activate my my little circle.
I'll
To
spend one of
glow
my
at
votes.
least. Yeah.
All right, so you all have a pretty decent flashlight going on right now. We're a little bit ahead of you. There's a little cone of light. Do you decide to put a mote and commit it into your towel?
Sure. Let's do that.
Who is standing next to you? Your
Probably
choice.
The other three.
Yeah.
Or
You in the center?
Yeah. I think I would have taken right behind lead. So
Right.
Cool.
So that would be behind me.
yeah. So either Volfer or whoever is in the middle.
Cool. All of a sudden, Volfer feels his back get immediately damp, and behind, someone else has their front get immediately damp, because all water is flung off of your body as you commit the mote to the towel.
Excellent.
There you go. That being said,
No, no distractions, please.
unfortunately, you do end up hearing some sort of voice speaking out to you. What are you doing here?
just looking
Taking in
around.
the sights, darling.
There are glowing dark eyes that you can see. 2 pairs of them, in fact. And all they're willing to say is, you should leave. This is not meant for you.
And if we stay, so
No, go ahead.
yeah, and if we stay,
Then you will die. We must kung fu fight. All right. Let me just change up one thing. Question mark 2. There we go. So I can tell them apart. All right, you are dealing with 2 wolf people, wolf spirits. They come into the light, and they clearly are quite cross that you were here, even after they were so nice to tell you to hack off and leave. So, let's talk about combat. So,
Alright.
combat actions, whether social or physical combat, take place on a track that sometimes is referred to as a battle mat. There are 2 kinds of damage that you can deal. You can deal withering attacks that turn the tide of battle in your favor, and then you can take that battle tide that has turned to you, and you can hit someone with it. And that's called a decisive attack. We're going to start combat by having you roll join battle. So, join battle is typically your wits and awareness plus 3. And by that I mean you roll wits awareness and then add 3 to whatever you got.
Again.
3 successes, that is, or when you
So,
say plus 3.
make the roll, and then we're going to add 3 to it.
Oh, okay.
While I
Whatever.
roll dice.
Which that's a 6.
Okay, so
Okay.
Alright, I got one more roll. Okay. Okay, so go. Tell me numbers. What does Mirror Flag
Four.
have? Oh,
Miri has
hold on.
it is additional, right? Like where it's the total of the faces
3
on the die.
plus your successes.
Okay, so I've got 5 successes.
5. So you are on.
No, 6
Nope.
successes because I had a 0.
Okay, so 6 plus 3 is 9. Got it.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and go
No.
with.
Just 6 successes because I only rolled 2.
So the
die.
total for join battle with the 3 is 6. Got it.
Yes.
Cool. So what's the total join battle result with the plus 3 for EA?
6 total for me.
Okay.
I got 3
And-
successes.
Nice. Volfer.
7.
Ooh.
4 successes plus 3.
Okay. And Carl.
6.
6. Okay. Got a lot of people going on 6. Jeez. All right. So those numbers that you said, that is how much initiative you have.
Okay.
Boom. You have that much initiative. You have some charms or magical abilities. Some of them require you to spend initiative. That would shift you down. So say you have an ability that lets you spend an initiative and you can like come up with a quippy thing to say to distract an enemy. You would go, say, Corral would go from 6 to 5. Your goal is to not go below 0, because that means you crash and someone gets an advantage on you. Your goal is to make people crash. Cool?
Okay.
All right, let's go for it. So, I'm going to draw some health levels. So, we've got... So because the text was so small, on your health track, you'll notice that instead of incap or incapacitated, you have a face with X's for eyes.
Yeah.
That's your incap. You can
Okay.
read it now.
Okay.
Okay, so first up, we have one of the wolves going first. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no.
These are big, giant, beefy wolfies, so it's entirely possible that they just fast. Okay, let's deal with it. So, specifically, Volfer has made a big, giant scene, and they don't like that kind of thing. So, one of them specifically is going to lunge out at you and attempt to just bite into your shoulder because it looks big and beefy.
It looks tasty.
Okay.
So, this attack is going to be coming your way. Now, you have a choice on how you respond. So, you do have some charms that you could potentially tap into.
Yes. I
If a
see.
charm- Go ahead.
Oh, yes. So if I see Spirit strengthens the skin, but I don't know if it's a Withering Attack that the wolf spirit is making.
So, I will tell you, this is a Withering Attack.
Okay.
The wolf is trying to turn battle towards its favor.
All right.
So,
And I have- Durability of Oak meditation. Yes.
okay. So, are either of those reflexive?
Both are.
Okay. You can go ahead and do both of them if you like. What costs are associated?
So, Spirit strengthens the skin if I suffer a Withering Attack. After the attack hits, but before damage is rolled, I can increase my soak up to 4 per mote spent.
Okay, so we'll save that for now. Let's see if they even hit
Got it.
yet. The other one, though.
Other one is for 3 motes, I can reduce the raw damage of an incoming Withering or Decisive Attack. And then there's a second thing if the attack is decisive, but this is not a decisive attack, so we can leave that for now.
Let's save both of those. Let's see if it hits,
Yeah.
and go from
Got
there.
it.
All right, so you have two choices in how you can deal with this. You can parry
Mhm.
by blocking it and redirecting it, or you can just try and like step to the side and evade. Which would you prefer to use?
Parry. This
Parry.
time.
What is your parry stat?
5.
5. They've got to get over 5 to hit you. Now we've got to get a reroll. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so they got 2 successes over. So that is going to be 2 plus 11. That's 13 damage coming your way.
Okay.
How much soak do you have?
Final soak, correct?
Yes.
7.
All right, so 13 minus 7, there is 6 damage remaining. That is coming your way.
Yes.
So, how much do you want to use some charms? Do you want to lose that much initiative?
So, if I understand correctly, I lose initiative by the amount of damage I get, or
This Withering Attack is going to steal initiative away.
okay,
The damage amount, they go up by that amount, and you lower by that amount.
okay. In that case, I will use Spirit Strengthens the Skin.
That's
I
a
will
good idea.
spend 4 motes, which is
Okay.
the max I can spend. Where should I track that?
So on the sheet, there's a little section next to the numbers that are permanent, and you can like use pencil to write that down how many you have left.
No, so yes, in that area, is it personal or peripheral that I use?
It is your choice. If you use personal, you are not going to have any anima effects. But if you're cool to just have neat stuff happen, just peripheral, go for it. Big giant glowy
Okay,
thing. Who
I'm
cares?
Good. I'm good. Yes. So I'll use 4 peripheral
Okay.
modes.
You are now lightly
that-
glowing.
Yes, and that, if I'm right, reduces the incoming damage by 4 to 2.
Okay, so you're taking 2 damage.
Yes.
So they hit you successfully and then deal 2. And you go down by 2. You now have 5 initiative, and they have 11.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
Are
now
my
that they've...
health levels affected now?
Withering damage doesn't affect your health levels at all.
Understood. Understood.
Catch
Okay.
being, it affects your initiative. So now, instead of going second, which you would have gone second, you're going first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Okay.
Because that affected where you are narratively. Alright, Wolf number 2 goes next. And Wolf number 2
no.
goes, hey! That worked? Let's double it up! And they're
Fair
going
enough.
for you,
Oh,
because
no.
you're glowing. The others aren't. Glowing big, giant ball of fire. Alright, so they got 5.
Mhm.
And what's your evasion?
My evasion or my soak?
Your evasion.
My evasion. Where's evasion? Oh dear. Evasion is 3. Yes.
And your parry is 5?
Parry is 5.
Okay. So they got... So I would recommend actually blocking with parry.
Yep.
You're still going to be 1 shy of blocking it all the way, because you have
Okay.
an onslaught penalty from getting hit. But
Okay.
boom, it's not as successful.
Got it.
They are only going to be dealing 12 withering damage.
Wait, isn't that 1 more than last time?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so they're specifically doing just 1 more, but all of your soak and everything has to come out of it first. Do you want to spend the motes and go for it again?
So you said the other option is sidestepping, right? Is that still an option?
So if you were to sidestep, you're going to be using evasion, which is lower. But why don't we
Okay.
go ahead and talk about another option that might help? You have excellencies. For every 2 motes you spend separate, you can increase a static value by 1, up to your rating in that ability.
I'm a little uncertain what that means.
So which is higher, parry or evasion?
My parry is higher.
So your parry is what amount? 5?
5, yes.
And you already dealt with 1 attack, so this is now 4.
Okay.
What is your rating for evasion? That is going to be dodge.
My evasion is 3.
What is your dodge rating?
Dodge is 2, and it's basically the full square and the tick mark.
Cool. That means you can spend 4 motes to add 2.
Oh, okay, I get it. No.
Yep.
2 evasion. Okay. If I wanted to increase my parry, which one would I have to use?
Parry would be weapon value, which would be your unarmed defense number.
Oh, that's 0. So yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well, it would. So you have your parry. It would add 2 to that value. Is the idea?
Okay, but
But
my
it would
unarmed
be
defense is plus 0.
melee. No, it would be brawl. What's your rating in brawl?
Brawl is 4.
Cool. So you could spend 8 and add 4.
Okay. You know what? I'll try that this time round.
Okay.
That's another
So
8 peripheral motes. Correct?
Yep.
And so my parry increases to 4 plus 4 is 8. This particular instance.
So you hold your ground, you scream, and the wolf hits the scream and knocks off, unable to touch you. And so because of that, they actually are going to unsuccessfully do the attack. They get bumped down to 6, oh no. And you stay where you are. Good job.
Just one question if I missed something. You said they did 12 successes against me, correct? Totally.
They would have had 12 damage. They didn't successfully hit you.
Okay. Got it.
It was
Awesome.
4. They had 5 successes, and you went, no,
Okay.
it's 8. And they went, oh,
Okay.
never mind.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you just block it. All right,
So,
next
right-
up.
Yes. Thank you.
Go ahead. Do you have any other questions?
It's just about how bright I'm shining right now since I'm at 12 modes.
It's very easy to see the wall, the ceiling, and the floor in
Okay,
about
got
6-foot radius.
Fair enough.
So hey, that's gonna make it easier. That being said, we now have 3 characters acting on the same tick. We've got Crawl, Mirror Flag, and EA. So you get to decide who acts.
I'll go
You can
last.
decide
I
what
don't
order.
mind.
Okay.
I have an idea if y'all want me to
By
run
all
with
means, go for it.
it. Miri's actually gonna throw her shoe at one of those wolves. Not her knife, just her shoe. She wants one of their attention. I have a plan.
Okay.
So, do I need to roll anything to get it to pay attention without attacking me?
So are you stepping into view?
I mean, she activated her mark too, so she does have a little glowing
Right.
eclipse. on
I'm
her
just
forehead.
assuming that you were towards the back, and now you're stepping
Oh,
forward
yeah.
to be present.
I'm stepping forward to be present next to my glowing buddy here.
Oh no. They
I'm
suddenly
holding my hand
realize
up like this,
they
like this. By the
they
way.
suddenly realize the error of their ways, and they turn and run.
That worked, but not the way I wanted it to. I'll take it though. You okay, Wolf? Is it Wolfgar or Wolfbar?
Wolfer.
Wolfer.
Wolf.
Yeah.
You okay,
Wolf.
Wolf?
I am disappointed.
Oh, I know you didn't get the fight you wanted. I am sorry about that.
Why'd they run
The
away?
one thing they scream as they run away is, "No!" an ambassador! And they run.
Okay, that works.
You're an ambassador?
Just making of a sort.
Okay.
If you would like to try and understand why, you could try and use your knowledge of the occult to look in with the Wits occult roll. See if maybe you can figure out what's up with that mirror flag. If you haven't had experience with that before.
Are you? Is anybody doing that, or is
That's
it me?
limitation for a
specifically?
roll if you mirror
Yeah.
flag want to do it.
Oh, if I wanted to, okay.
Yes, I'm leaving it to
Oh,
you
I'm
because
sorry, I
that
thought
is
it was-
something about you.
What would that? It would be intelligence.
Wits,
or
occult.
wits. Okay.
Intelligence is going to be if you sit down and solidly think about something for a sec.
I'm gonna mute before I roll because I'm using my tablet.
Did you get at least one success? Cool. So, something that clicks with you is you remember Ambassador. You see a memory of a previous instance of your exaltation, specifically mediating a dispute
Okay.
and forcing parties to agree to a sealed fate-bound contract through your anima.
All right.
So clearly you're considered a neutral party who should not be attacked upon without negative consequences.
Okay.
But into the cave went Fulfer, screaming and hollering for a fight.
And we do have a request for redemption for Michael to have a super awesome weapon.
Also.
All right. So, weapons-wise, there are weapons in here. I'm giving interesting effect items to make up for it because of the way the adventure is structured. There is going to be an upcoming chance for another special item that does a special trick here shortly. You just need to get to where the things are. Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry about that.
let's.
I guess at
All
this
right.
point,
Put
Mary
push
will
onward?
I guess we're going after Wolfer. Because Wolfer has taken off, yes?
No.
Oh, okay.
I
Sorry,
haven't.
misunderstood. All right.
Mary's gonna.
All right. So, as you go further into the cave, you hear, is someone there? Who comes forward? It sounds hissy. A lot of S's.
Mary again, like just kind of in that standard, like I'm not putting my hands anywhere near my weapons pose. We're just looking for a few things, just passing through.
I see. So you have come into my cave looking for items that you could possess. Out comes this like ghostly snake thing. It's got like a slight light glow to it, kind of like a setting sun. Tell me, what has brought you here?
Particular firebird outside. He needs our help apparently.
What has been happening in the outside world? I have been here for so long.
Can I actually use my mode of discerning technique?
Yes, you can, though. After this, I am going to ask for another character to act.
Okay. I just want to see like why she's here and interacting with us.
Yeah.
That's a remote thing. You know, I'm gonna use my peripheral mode, so I'm glowing a little bit too, because I'm down to 30 peripheral modes. And what mode of discerning techniques, I can apply double nines to a read intentions action, and I want to do the read intentions action,
Okay.
which I believe perception and socialize
Yes.
would work for that.
So specifically your hold on. Let me go to social combat, and I can tell you exactly what you need. Social influence. So you are doing what kind of action again?
A read
Read
intentions.
intentions, perception plus socialize, and you want to beat
Hey.
4.
4 die. Uh, 8, 0, and yeah, because I count 8, 2 zeros, 9 counts twice, and 7. So that's 6.
Okay. What question are you trying to answer through reading intentions?
Is this person trustworthy? Essentially, like, how much can we trust this person with what Tio wants outside,
Okay.
or should we? Is it better to keep our mouths shut?
From reading intentions, they seem to be honestly asking for questions about the outside world.
Hmm.
As to why, you are not entirely able to tell, but you could attempt a sense motive check coming up to
Yeah.
try and see if there's deception intended. But that being said, we haven't gotten a lot from some of the other players. Why don't we go with EA? What do you want to do? I mean, clearly you're seeing a glowing snake thing. This has to be something that you have some area of expertise with, right?
I would think so. You have been here for a long time, or were you here when the others were here before?
I remember that there were some lawgivers who, specifically the Lords of Creation, they came and they left some things behind that I've been guarding. I would be happy to let you through to them. I have been calling out to as many different solars as I could to try and find the people that these items belong to.
I guess at this point, go ahead and use. I'll go ahead and activate my essence to also glow. You know, and say I
Okay.
think that we are some of the ones that you called.
Yes, you must be related to Theodane, the Exalt that specifically crafted the spell that created this place. I remember them bringing me into existence and them saying, "You need to make sure none take these items, but I or my descendants."
Well, I'm glad you recognize us then. But therefore, this is our cave, yes?
Yes, of course, I would not stand in your way. I called you here for a reason.
Where do we
But you must
find these
forgive me. I've
things?
been here for hundreds of years. You don't get a lot of stuff going on here. I need to know what's happening outside. I'm dying of boredom.
You know of the children. You know that there are. I mean, goodness. And my character will mention as he is trying to move his way forward towards things. He's like, certainly you've heard about this, and I guess, are you looking for more information about us personally, or really the world?
The world itself. All I know is that the sun's children were here, and then they all disappeared for a while, and now I suddenly feel them again. And I've started to try and comb through as many people as I can through their dreams to bring them here.
Then let me explain this. And I'll explain a little bit of the dragon blooded to him.
Okay, so you're explaining about the Inquisition and all
Yeah.
that. The Great Betrayal, where the Dragon Blooded held a party, invited all the Solars, and then the party ended up having a surprise, which was every single Dragon Blooded attacked at the same time.
Red wedding, yeah, exactly like that.
Yes.
I was like, why do I suddenly hear a song about rains in a castle?
Yeah.
All right.
So, Karal, what are you wanting to do during all of this?
Um, yeah, Corral is sort of just observing this conversation, and as she hears that there are things behind this creature, Karal is going to just try and make a beeline for uh, right past this thing.
Okay. So we're just gonna say that you just walk past, just nope out. Uh, you have walked up to a door that seems to be surrounded with the 5 different cast marks of the Solar Exalted. The dawn sun, the zenith peak of just a ball of light, the eclipse and its inner ball. You see the twilight with the emptiness of the horizon, and you see the nightcast, which is a ring with nothing in the middle. Uh, all inlaid with really nice or calcum into this door that appears to be made out of some sort of gray metal. Would you like to try and open it?
Uh, yeah, yeah. I think she will.
Okay. It, it's staying pretty closed. Apparently, it's locked in some way.
Uh, Karal is a woman of action. I think she's gonna just gonna try and put her shoulder into it. See if
Okay.
it moves.
Okay. Uh, so I'm gonna call for a stunt here. Let's talk about what stunts are. When you
Sure.
have a really cool description of something, you can try and make it a level 1, 2, or 3 stunt. The more descriptive it is, the more fun of a narrative thing it is, the more benefit it gives you. Stunts will always give you 2 dice, but they may give you additional successes on top of what you roll to do the thing you want to do. But you have to give us a good description. So give us a really dramatic take on ramming the door.
Uh, sure. So Karal tries tries this door a couple times, shakes it, and just like, okay, it's not gonna open. So she is how tall is this creature that was kind of blocking the way to this door?
Oh, it's hard. It's a snake.
Yeah, or
The snake
how
is able
like
to go from floor to ceiling really easily. And while you don't have a great sense of measurement, you have a reference point. This appears to be if you were to have a field commander from Lookshy on a horse, and they had a halberd. The tip of the halberd would be chipped off by the ceiling. The
okay,
snake is
okay.
able to position themselves that tall, with the rest of the body slunk behind.
Essentially, what I'd like to do is um, just run towards this snake and try to just give myself a nice like jumping kick off of it and just jump back towards the door and just put all my weight behind this hit into the door.
Let me take a look at your charms and see. I'm curious.
Yeah,
Never question their charm.
Aha! Okay, you have increasing strength exercise. My
mm-hmm.
suggestion is include that with it because it'll give you some extra oomph.
Yeah, why not? Definitely.
All right. So if you're going to go for this, this is going to be a Dex Athletics check with the description of you're going to run up, fling yourself onto the snake, and then shove off and rocket yourself. I'm going to
Exactly.
say that's 2 dice and give yourself a success. So 2 dice plus Dex Athletics, roll it, then add a success to it.
Okay. Dex is 3.
And that's the level
Athletics.
of description that we'd really want is that much flavor. Like,
Sure.
I run up, I kick off, fly through the air. Then if everybody at the table loves it, you get 2 automatic successes instead.
I
That
love
would
it. I'm just
be
like,
3 successes.
Okay. So while the snake is answering questions, I don't know, probably something like I have a lot of trouble reading books. I don't have hair. Oh! All of a sudden, Karal comes running up, jumps, kicks off as the snake slams into the wall. So slams against the door, upon which there's a loud crack, and the door positions in. It's clear you've broken the lock, but the latch has gotten stuck. So it's going to take further action to actually, like, pull the doors apart. But you have gotten past the lock. The lock is broken.
Doors open.
Miri's just pinching the bridge of her mask, like.
The snake is unconscious.
Wolfer barks a short laugh and says, "A most interesting display.
Just
I wish I'd thought of it myself."
I wasn't trying to hurt the thing. I just.
I shake my head, and I'll actually walk over and see if I can help the snake any. I have several different healing abilities. I'm pretty much I like if descriptions are necessary, anything like that. Like walk over, grab some, look at stone, pick up one, and kind of rub it in my hand for a moment, and then waft it underneath the muzzle of the snake. See if I can arouse it back awake a little bit from the scent or something.
So something you notice is it doesn't appear to be responding to smell.
Huh.
I touch it. Does it seem to have a? I mean, obviously it has a physical body.
So I'm going to say let's do intelligence occult for this.
Okay. I have 8 in intelligence and 5 in occult.
All right, roll it. Let's see what you get.
So 4 plus 5 is going to be 9 dice. There we go. Here we go.
Nice.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
So from what you're able to gather, this feels to be made out of the essence of a dream, as is the floor, unlike the Firebird from before, who clearly was made of different essence. So clearly this snake is a part of the dream. An emanation, if you will.
I wonder if the dream ends. Does he?
Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, down towards the front, there is this busted lock that clearly had some sort of, like, light sun-based puzzle, but all the buttons have fallen to the ground, and the latch is in an awkward place, and there's the shape of a human shoulder indented in between all of the symbols. Crawl is there, having taken 1 bashing damage. So give yourself 1 slash, just a slash, on your -0.
There we go.
No penalties on your rolls
Yet.
yet.
That was interesting.
So, does anyone have any ideas on how to get past the door?
I have one, but I have a question before that.
Sure.
One of my charms seems like it's a permanent. You are aware of that, correct? I know you
What
said
does it
this
do?
everything. It's the uncanny perception technique. Whenever an immaterial spirit is nearby, Mirror Flag hears the faint sound of tuning instruments, enough to know when to activate Spirit Detecting Lance. She gains +3 dice to perception awareness rolls to detect spirits. So that seems like it's an always on thing. Just making sure I'm like accounting for that.
So you should be fine. None of the dream emanations are spirits
Okay.
per se, but if there is something like that, which there are a couple of things in here that can apply to, I will let you know.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm not forgetting it either, and that like it's not buried somewhere.
No, you're good. You're
Alright.
good.
So, that being said, going to the lock, can I use one of my juggler's knives to just kind of jiggle what's left of the latch to see if it'll just kind of unstick itself?
Sure, go for it.
Alright, do you want larceny and what else?
So I would probably say this is a Dex larceny roll.
Dex.
And we'll say as long as you don't fail it, you get it. No need to make this more complicated. Unless you botch it. If you botch it, it gets more complicated.
Well, I hope I don't botch it. Nines, a 7, and a 0, so that's a total of 5 successes.
You are able to successfully pop the lock open. And the doors don't actually open. They fall forward.
Carol, what did you do?
I used my head. Seemed appropriate.
Yeah, it saved us a few minutes, apparently.
All right.
I hope they're okay.
There
Looking back.
is an altar, and glowing on it is a lute.
Ooh.
Like
And
a
next to the
loot
lute-
or a loot.
No, lute.
Okay.
And next to it is actually a lovely little smoking pipe.
Pretty instrument.
For the record, the smoking pipe is the donation bonus. So there you go. You've now got this fancy pipe, a fancy pipe
Sure.
and a towel.
Yeah. Carl will pick up the pipe and just be like, "Oh, this is turning out to be quite the comforting little trip."
Do you puff with the pipe?
Yeah, we'll give it a try. Why not?
All right. I want you to make a roll of your stamina plus essence.
And essence. Sorry. Okay, 4. And then... Oh, I see. 1. Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
So 5 total.
Yep.
That's 1 success.
Cool. Erase your bashing damage. You feel
Oh,
as if
yay.
it's mended your bruise.
Nice.
You also feel as if it's used up its use for a period of time.
Okay.
I mean, hey, it works.
There you go. Anyway, you feel that the salute might be one of the items that was talked about because it definitely has a magical aura emanating from it.
Mm-hmm. If I pick it up and pluck a few strings experimentally, is it reasonably well tuned for having been locked up for a few centuries, from what it seems like?
Without committing any essence to it, it appears that it's not going to let you play. It just doesn't. It's silent. Strings don't make any sort of sound.
You know what? How many points of essence would I need to spend?
5 motes of essence, and if you succeeded a dexterity plus performance roll, you can do something with it.
5. All right. Yeah, I'm spending that 5 points, and it's a dex performance.
Yes. Difficulty 5.
Uh,
So it's created with green jade and an exotic wood that's as white as new fallen snow, and the strings are made of moon silver.
oh, nice.
Give you more of an appearance.
So I'd like to ask something out of character, if
Sure.
that's all right. Since since we are all pulled here, and in principle by the exiles who previously had what we have, right, the blessing or whatever, are these supposed to be keyed to individual characters in our group, or is this like a free for all?
With most of the artifact weapons, you can choose who gets it. I have stats for everybody. There is a couple of things that you can't use, like at
Okay.
all, and there is an item that has been played and it sounds absolutely awful, and you stop immediately because you apparently don't know how to play a lute.
Yeah, even though I have a loot in my inventory too.
So whatever's up with this lute, you don't play it well enough to actually get good sound, and in fact you stop,
Hmm.
which is probably good.
Yeah. Let's not touch that again.
You may want to save it.
She still will like figure out how to like double bandolier the other loot if need be, just to have
All right.
honor
So
to carry.
from here, you have a few places you can go. As you walk back out the cave, you do see that there is a trench in the east that goes down further. That specifically goes underwater instead of into the mountain, into like a watery cavern. Um, there's also a caldera, which is specifically a fiery mountain area, or there's the forest.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious about the water area. You said that it goes down into it.
Yeah, you can go into the water. I mean, you have to probably hold your breath or something, but
That's more along the lines of who my character is. Uh, so yeah, I think that I bring it up to the rest. Everyone else like I'd like to explore there next.
All right. Lead the way.
Seems one place
Yeah.
is as good as another. Sure.
Yeah.
hey, mirror flag,
Yes.
tuning sounds.
So yes, I'm going to my spirit detecting lance. Just that activate. Which is
EA, cracking ice. You can hear it.
Oh, this sounds familiar.
You have the same charm. It's cracking ice for you. So you could use spirit detecting glance to see spirits.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
You don't have to roll for that. You can just spend 3 motes
Yep.
and then you can see any spirits that are present unless you need to like make a perception roll because they're hiding.
okay.
Let's do it. 3 motes.
Yeah.
All right. So you do actually see that there is a spirit nearby that's not really hiding itself.
All right.
Pardon. Excuse me. Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hiding. I'm really not a fan of that firebird. And out walks this water spirit.
Oh.
Or, sorry, not a fan of hot things. Also, that thing is a jerk. We've been fighting amongst ourselves. I've been trying to keep the peace here, and that firebird seems intent to like set everything in here on fire. My
Interesting.
name is Suma.
Hello, Sumo. Perhaps you can tell us. We're looking for things from our predecessors.
Well, I understand that you are looking for those artifacts that Tio told you about. I do need to caution you that getting out of here requires you to get those together, but you need to be careful because there's a thing that's trapped here that should probably stay here because it's looking to cause some massive hurt outside of here.
Mm.
But would we be able to leave without it?
I mean, I don't know, but you are exalts of the unconquered sun. Nothing can stand in your way. All I know is I'm the warden here, and I definitely don't want what's imprisoned here to leave.
So
So unless you can kill
you'll.
it,
Oh, well, there
you
we
need
go.
to be very careful.
It wouldn't happen to be the firebird itself.
Well, you may need to kill it on the way. It definitely wants whatever's in here out.
Well,
Well,
that's what he said to us.
yes, because he wants to be free as well. Well, Wolf, are you up to killing something?
I'm up to killing many things.
There we go. Well, it sounds like we've got what we need as far as a plan.
Mm.
let's
so
just.
far.
Are
I
there
would
things?
actually like to.
Hmm, yes, sorry.
Sorry, please go
No,
on.
no.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. So I would just like to ask Suma if she knows anything about. I think is it Tio the Firebird? I
Yep.
missed. Yeah. About the Firebird's fighting capabilities to see if it's a worthy challenge.
I mean, it's an elemental spirit, and it survived in this demon's dream, so I would say it's probably pretty powerful. I mean, I was
Okay.
a river god, so I've been able to hold my own here. And if it's able to scare me, I'd say yeah, it's pretty capable of combat.
Okay.
Hmm.
Cool. Excellent.
It would happen to be the thing you don't want to leave, do you? Is it?
What?
You said that there's a thing here that you don't want to leave the island, that it would want to wreak havoc outside. Is that
Yeah,
ref-
this thing is made out of a second circle demon.
Oh, so it's
I'd
a
not make that clear.
no, no.
No,
Yeah,
not at
no,
all.
this is a second circle demon.
Hmm.
Uh, yay. Occult intelligence check. Sorry, intelligence occult check.
Okay. Occult intelligence. So
That is
again,
definitely something you would be familiar with.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here we go. I love this one. So, well, that is underwhelming. One success.
Oh no.
My
Good enough for
My
basic
GM
knowledge.
abilities showed up.
All right, so you know one thing in your heart about demons. There are 3 strength levels. Third circle, second circle, and first circle.
Mm-hmm.
Second circle, that's a pretty massive, powerful demon. And if it was sealed here with the words protect the things here, and then you break that seal, that's a second level demon terrorizing the countryside. They come in 3 levels. You're dealing with the midpoint. So this isn't like meteors on the earth, but this is like massive kaiju levels bad. Things who breathe death.
Volfer, good luck.
Well, this is certainly going to be interesting. Can we get these artifacts out of here without breaking the seal?
I don't know. I'm trapped here the same as all of you. All I know is that if you want any chance to leave, you've got to bring the artifacts together. But then if you bring the artifacts together, you're going to have to find a way to fight the thing that's sealed here.
Goody.
I feel like you could potentially do it. I have a little faith that you will.
So,
But ultimately,
what?
if I have to decide, we may have to fight if it means keeping this place sealed. But I'll be keeping my eye out. I have some faith, but I got to be honest. My job here is to make sure this thing doesn't get out.
We will.
Wolfer would like to ask. Sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry. Yeah.
Hey.
Wolfer would like to ask just one question to clarify, right? So what you are saying is that the items here, the items from our predecessors, are essentially what keeps the seal intact.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. If they're strong enough to keep the seal, then they're strong enough to fight. I'm satisfied.
All right. So, are you going to try figuring out how to go in the water?
Yes.
Oh, right. There are a bunch of items and something else down in the water over there. She points to the area that you are heading. But that water is like dream water, and as far as I can tell, it's like you can just be in there and breathe.
Oh,
We're in a dream,
Oh,
so
okay.
I like it.
All right.
Off into
so
dream
go
water
down,
I
see
go.
what you can do. And clearly, if you can't beat whatever's down there, you didn't have a chance to begin with. So best of luck. I'm gonna stay up here where things are safe and not filled with monsters.
Until it runs away from the judge and comes this direction. I got it, yeah.
I will deal with it then.
As we approach the water, is my towel still wicking the water away?
Yes, in
Correct.
fact, there seems to be an aura of no dream water around you.
Lovely.
All right. That's gotta look interesting from our point of view. Just like a bubble.
Just a bubble. Yeah.
I kind of
So
reach.
there.
I
Go
want to
ahead.
reach down into the dream water and just like splash around. Can we swim in it?
So you find that attempting to swim in it has you sink like a rock.
Okay.
Mary's just gonna walk right on in at that then.
If someone tried to cannonball, they would fall flat on their butt.
Dang. Okay, well that explains. It's more of an illusion kind of thing. Yeah. Okay.
However, you do feel like the water, if you were climbing stuff underwater, would make it a touch easier, but no floating.
All right.
Yeah. Head on in.
Yeah.
All right, you pass through a dense kelp forest. And eventually you hit a cliff edge. You could jump down or you could climb down. What do you want to do?
Hmm.
I want to see if there's anything down there. Like, can we see that far?
Perception awareness.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that
Perception, that's 3. Awareness is another 3. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's something. There are 3 tenths
okay.
in my row. And on top of that, 2 other successes.
Nice.
Okay.
So that's 6, 7, 8 successes. If I'm counting right. Each 10 is 2 successes, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, 8 successes.
There is some sort of maze-like path down there that you can make out.
Hmm.
However, past that maze-like area, there does appear to be some sort of clearing. Perhaps, if you could figure out a way to lunge yourself, you could just skip the maze. But you'd have
Exactly
to
what I was
find a way
thinking of
to
trying.
skip it. So, what plans do we got?
Hmm. This kelp forest behind us. Or is it ahead? It's around us or something, right?
It is directly behind you. You've hit the edge of it.
I go
Kelp
back.
forest cliff.
I go back, and with the kelp, does it? Even though we're in a dream, am I able to interact with it?
Yeah, it's just as annoying as kelp in the real world. The entire time you've been walking through it, you've been like,
Hmm.
Little piece of it drifts by and Mary squeaks. What just touched me?
I grab a strand of it and I pull on it and see how strong it is.
it pops up just like it's a loosely planted weed. Not super strong, but not super weak.
So no real like tension or anything to it. It'll break apart if I pull on it too high, right?
Yeah, it's like regular kelp.
Damn.
Hmm.
Now, I would like to point out, you are exalted. You don't have to follow normal rules of logic if you don't want to. You can jump off dream snakes and slam into walls. You could try and do some sort of weird combo fling thing. I don't know. Go crazy.
Ooh.
That's what this game's all about.
That's kind of what I was going to recommend was if somebody wants to go all kind of like hammer throw, one of us hold on to the end of a piece of kelp and try and throw us past the maze. That was just one thought.
Alternately, I have a pretty big sword. I can use it as leverage to launch people, anime style.
Like, like, I'm trying to understand that. Like, you want to hit us like a bat? And
No,
not...
no. You stand on the sword, and I use the sword as like a
Oh.
catapult.
I volunteer for tribute.
We are starting to get there. I need you to go more anime. I need you to go more extreme. You're a solar. You need to come up with something that involves like yeeting a yak or surfing a concept. I need you to go big.
Big.
Okay.
Big.
I have
Go
an idea.
that, but further.
I have an idea.
What could you do besides just swinging people bat style with the sword? You're
Hmm.
Volfer. Give me
I-
more.
Okay, could I have a description of the area we're at? Do I have to roll a perception wits for the area?
So, you appear to be. There was once a time that you beat up about 150 men,
All right.
and you threw them in a pile because you were curious how tall a pile of 150 men would be. This is about twice as high up from the surface. This cliff
Mhm.
is from the floor. In terms of how far it appears to be about as far as it would be from your favorite bar in Nexus to the spot where they dragged you out of the bar in Nexus because you were drunk and kicked you out of the district.
Okay.
All right.
So you have relative distances
Yes.
in your experience. Not enough that you could communicate it to anyone else unless we've seen 150 bodies piled up and they could double that. But you know roughly what this looks like.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is all you. You've got all the knowledge you need. What do you want to do? If there are suggestions, you can throw suggestions as
Yes.
long
Please.
as they're over the top and ridiculous. I am
Okay,
in.
I have a crazy idea.
Yes.
I have an ability where I can manifest a spirit into the physical plane. Okay.
Mhm.
So, Carol once dated a plant spirit, and
Mhm.
I could use this ability and call her forth and ask her to just wither these plants for a minute, and we'll get on through. We ended on good terms, so there's no bad blood there, so it should work. Just call up my old girlfriend, ask her to take care of these plants real quick, and let us get on our way.
Well, the plants are behind you. The maze is down in front of you.
Yeah, sorry, I thought the kelp was the maze. My bad.
No, no worries.
Okay, never mind then.
Is
Make
your
that for later.
ex-girlfriend of the wines variety? Wines and
Okay,
chalices.
yeah. I'll think about it. Okay, never mind. My bad. I misunderstood the assignment.
No, you're good. You're good.
No,
Save it
the
for
reason
later. There's a forest later.
Okay.
Save
Yeah,
it for
There's a
later.
forest later. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
What if we drove a weapon into the ground, pulled on it, and used and then like a slingshot, using it, flew through the air, tied off a piece of kelp to it so that we could pull it up out of the ground as we flew past, and then shot over the maze? How about that?
I
That
mean
could work.
that could work.
I was thinking of something similar, honestly.
What were you
I'd
thinking?
bundle you. I would tie you all together to get like a pretty big mass, right? And then tie a slightly longer cord to myself, so I'd give you a good heave, and then wait for the what was the term? Inertia to pull me along.
I like that too.
So
Yeah.
you're gonna try and yeet the party over there and follow along for the ride.
Yeah, pretty much.
I accept. That is a 2 dice, 2 automatic success stunt. I need you to do strength athletics.
Strength athletics.
This is
That's
a feat of strength.
5 + 2, 5 + 1. Yes. Let's see. That's 6 die, right? 6 dice. Okay.
Yes.
Yikes.
Do you have both boxes selected on athletics?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're getting 2 bonus dice. You're
Okay.
getting 2 additional successes plus whatever you roll. You also
Wait,
have
so I missed.
athletics.
Okay. So here's
How
the thing.
many?
I have strength is 5. All right.
Okay.
Athletics is 1.
Okay.
2 plus 2 successes,
Right.
right? And you said 2 extra die?
So you can add dice if athletics is one of the double checks. You can
Yes.
spend a mote to add a die.
Okay.
So you could make it 7 dice.
All right.
So it'd be
I've
7
already
dice
rolled.
plus 2.
Okay.
So you're dealing with 9 dice, 2 bonus successes.
Okay.
5 plus 1 is
Got
6, plus 1 for 7, plus 2.
Yes, got it. So
Yeah.
I've already rolled 6 dice. So do I re-roll or do I roll an extra die if
Nah,
I want
roll
if I
3.
spend a more?
Roll 3 more. That'll make up the difference. If you're spending the moat, that's 1, and then 2 dice for the stun. So you can just
Okay.
add 3 dice to that roll. You're good.
Okay, got it. Just give me a minute. So from this roll, I have a 9 and a 7. That's 2 successes plus another 3. 2 more successes. So that's
And
4
then add
successes.
2 to that.
That's
You have
6
6
successes.
successes. Yes. All right, everyone makes it. You tie them all up. You fling them around. You chunk them. You get yanked. You take a bashing damage because it's a very
Okay,
sudden yank and it's very
got it.
not fun. However, everyone lands halfway through the maze, and you land poof, up against the wall and slide down. You're by the exit. You haven't gotten through yet.
Got it. Uh, Corey,
do
I'm
we still
afraid
have
you're
the-
mute.
Oh yeah, no, I figured
You
that
were
out.
mute.
Fast.
Yeah.
Do we still have the rope that was connecting us while he was,
Yes.
hurling it? Can we follow the rope through the rest of the maze to catch up? Because you said he landed at the exit, or do we still have to
So
figure out?
you land, and then the rope has a fulcrum point, and he slams into that wall and slides down.
Yeah, but you said he landed at the exit, correct?
You are all by the
Oh,
exit.
We're all at the
oh,
exit.
okay.
Yeah.
So
I heard middle of the
Basic-
maze at first.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
That's a fair point. We'll say that you're able to, over a course of time, kind of follow the rope back. We'll go with that. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll regroup you. There you go. So ahead of you is a giant, shattered ruin of a greened bronze temple. It has doors that are not locked because the doors are barely there anymore. And inside you can see a kind of soft, glowing light. There's rough scratch mark writing around the whole thing. It is not immediately recognizable, though. If someone has linguistics, they could try reading it.
Oh, hey, I have that word.
Cool. So that would be perception linguistics.
As long as I don't need more than 4 successes. Good. Uh, 3 successes.
What is your occult rating?
I have an occult of 2, but it's also one of my excellencies, I think so.
Okay, well, I was going for a rough idea on how much you'd be familiar with language-wise. You do not know this tongue.
Okay.
It is not familiar to you in the least.
Alright.
On your sheets for your personal notes, if you have an excellency charm, it's noted by the double boxes, just to make it simple. The charm section will also tell you that, in case you were curious about that. Because I whipped up sheets that didn't have a background, they had that extra detail, so that's
Okay.
all it means. It's nothing
Okay.
crazy fancy. Thank you, Mr. Gone.
Thank you. I don't have anything that I can add to that to make it better.
I mean, you don't know the language. If you don't know the language, you don't know the language.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about it, nothing wrong with that.
What are you?
Hey, nothing.
What's going on?
There is scribbled
he-
script.
Yeah, my character's
Oh, I'm
asking
sorry.
in character. It's all good.
Yeah, it's not a script I'm familiar with, unfortunately.
I'll
Do
take a
you
look
know
at it
anything?
really quick. Do I need to make the same test? Perception,
I'm going to
perception.
say that you can't read it, but you know what it is. It's some sort of demonic tongue.
Oh. I don't know what it
You
is,
just
but
don't.
yeah. Demonic tongue. Yeah.
Maybe it's best that I don't read it then. Thank you. No?
Interesting. I wonder if it's a warning or something. I don't know. Something's supposed to be down here, though, right?
Yes. Maybe let the diplomat go first. It worked against the wolves.
Yeah. Volfer, you want to? No, sorry. I know you.
Yeah. Is there a door on the other side, or door being like portal, or is it?
It's just an open round room. I'm just trying to find
Okay.
the items
Oh,
that are
okay.
here. Here we go. All right, so you get in and you find that there are 4 items available to you. Now, I do have a list here, and in return for the uh, super special surprise, I'm going to let you have the whole list, and you can pick what you take.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got a selection of golden artifacts. We've got Killing Tide, the Diclave. It's a blade 5 feet long and 6 inches wide. This is a massive straight sword, just made of orichalcum, inlaid with black jade in a pattern of tempestuous raves. There's Deadwind, the Reaver Diclave. It's a brutish, square-tipped chopping weapon with a single cutting edge, and a blade 4 feet long and a foot wide. The majority of its cutting edge is green jade, but the back, blunt edge is soul steel in the shape of a spinal column, which curves into the haft. Gives the impression of nothing so much as an enormous cleaver. There's Kalinaki, the Reaver Diclave. It's a long, thin, curved blade, 5 feet by 1 inch, with a single cutting edge on a staff of orichalcum. Basically a Reaper's scythe, but fancy in gold. There's Great Fang, the Dire Lance, a tremendous 2-handed spear with a 6-foot haft of exotic wood, set with star metal filigree and fitted with a foot-long blade of moon silver at the end. Though the moon silver is solid, it reflects light like the surface
Oh
of a
yeah.
rippling pond.
Oh heck yes.
Empty Sun, the Infinite Chakram. It is a razored ring of orichalcum and white jade about a foot across. However, if you were to throw it, it ricochets back to you as long as it either misses or strikes the target, as long as you don't botch, clearly. And then Cyanotis, the Sky Cutter, a 2-foot razored war boomerang of white and red jade, inlaid with moon silver. In the air, the moon silver in its construction flexes to alter its flight to return to the wielder's hand, unless you botch. Hold on. Oh, got it. The Infinite Chakram doesn't have that issue with the getting lost if you botched. It literally always comes back to you. But the
Okay.
Sky Cutter is beefier.
I want the spear.
All right.
What was it called again?
You get Great Fang, the Dire Lance. Here are the stats you need. It is Withering 5, Decisive 4, Damage 16, Parry 2. So when you're doing a Withering Attack with this weapon, you would be it would be 5 dice is what it provides to your attack roll. Decisive is 4. That's all.
I'm just like looking at my harpoon and looking at it, looking at my harpoon and looking at it.
Oh, right. Attunement 5 motes in order to use it.
Okay.
Minimum damage 5, which is
Nice.
overwhelming. It's 5. And its tags are lethal, melee, piercing, 2-handed.
I set my harpoon down and just
It is massively superior to it in every way.
I know I just it's been with me for such a long time, but this is nice.
you have a memory of having of the exaltation having wielded it in the past. It feels natural to you. If you do commit the motes, do note that that's 5 motes that you need to permanently remove from one pool. So if you were to get motes back, you don't get those committed motes back because they're in the thing. All right. What about everyone else? What other items do you want?
The chakram, probably.
All right. Do you have Throne?
I have. That is the only combat ability I have.
Then you should definitely have the Infinite Chakram. So, the stats here: attunement 5, minimum damage of 3, so it's overwhelming 3. It's lethal, can be thrown up to medium, and has a special ability attached to it, which is the coming back.
No.
And your stats for it, for actually using it, are Withering 5, Decisive 5, Damage 12. So, it is a Withering Attack at +5 for close, +4 for short, +3 for medium, 0 at long.
So repeat that last little bit again. I clicked off of my text document.
I am going to just send it to you.
Thank you.
Yours is the only one that's kind of funky.
I mean, hey, makes sense. It's
So those
exalted.
ranges only apply at Withering. If you're doing a Decisive Attack, it's a little different.
Okay.
And then remember, it's 5 motes to attune it.
And yes, I'm gonna go this one.
Yeah, same here.
Anyone else? I mean,
I'll-
it's weapons.
I was gonna take the straight sword.
Okay, so we're talking about Deadwind, the Reaver Diclave, or are we talking about Killing Tide?
Killing Tide, if I remember correctly.
Killing Tide. All right, it's also 5 motes to attune. Its overwhelming value is 5, so it's a bare minimum of 5 damage. It's lethal, balanced, and melee. And for you, Withering 10, Decisive 7, Damage 15, Parry 5.
Parry 5, you said?
Yep.
Groovy. Okay.
Nice.
And that's perfect because I was actually looking at the chopping blade, the second one you talked about.
Nice. Deadwind. So your stats for this are going to be Withering 11, Decisive 8, Damage 17, Parry 5. It's
19,
overwhelming
parry,
4.
5,
It
4.
has the
Okay.
tags lethal, melee, and chopping. And 5 motes attunes it. So those are the 4 artifacts you find here.
I have a
Okay.
question from the chat, by the way, for Christy.
Yes.
If somebody redeems like the heal or additional ammo, can that also be applied to wounds for Exalted?
So I was going to say that if we are going to have the heal come into play, if it looks like you all are going to lose a fight by a lot, it automatically rejoins battle for you, so your initiative goes. You can reset the initiative.
Okay.
If your health is all gone and we need to deal with heal that way, we can do that. But I definitely want to use it.
Yeah.
So it's
I-
you can get your initiative back if you need it, or you can heal.
Okay. But it doesn't apply to replenishing our motes.
So next scene, you're gonna have your motes replenish,
Okay.
except for what you have committed.
Okay.
And in
I
combat,
am-
you get motes back per round.
I am going to directly, without much thought, directly commit the modes to my weapon, new weapon.
Of course, everybody commit.
Yeah.
You can feel the weapons turn on, if you will.
I think Miri is fairly glowing at this point. She spent a fair, but so has Wolfar.
shall we head back to the surface?
Yeah, definitely.
So if we wanted to take a break, going back to the surface, there's going to be a short dialogue scene, and then we can take a break.
All right,
Okay.
Sounds good.
it works for me.
So you come out of the water after what feels like almost a week worth of effort, even though it's only technically been maybe 2 hours. A lot of climbing up a wall that you flung yourself over, and a lot of refusing to solve a maze and just jumping on the maze walls instead of actually solving it.
I mean, that's the maze designer's fault for leaving it open on the top.
Yeah, pretty
Just
much.
walk
And
around
in
the edge.
water.
And in
Uh,
water.
so in front of you is Tio, the Firebird. Oh, so the water thing. You met the water thing, huh? Yeah, what a jerk, huh? Huh? Right?
You two are going to have to learn to get along.
No, can't believe it. Demon did nothing wrong. Literally sitting there eating pancakes or whatever, and just you all back in the past, because back then y'all were jerks. Let's get real. You decided to just take a thing that was just minding its business. You pulled it in, and you said, "Hey, we're gonna make you into a box with a lock on it." Screw you, and you just threw it down and put your stuff in it. That's messed up, man. It did nothing wrong. Y'all should set it free. It should be free to at least have a chance to not be a complete jerk. Are you kidding me? You agreed with the water thing? What is wrong with you?
Where he's just got like that. You can't see it behind the. Actually, she can manipulate her mask. There's an eyebrow arch in her mask right now. Just like the Spock moment.
Hey,
Yeah, what I think the problem here is that you and the water spirit kind of have this tension, and I think you really just need to kind of sit down and work it out, and maybe not bring us into your arguments.
Tio has one final thing they're going to say, and then they're going to basically just reveal the last thing you need to do and go off. And that is, I can't believe that you would agree to the subjugation of a living thing for literally not having the chance to do anything wrong. Oh, no! That's going to bump up against some intimacies, because you're enforcing forced slavery. Great job! So, if you have an intimacy on your character that this goes against the idea of trapping and enslaving a thing that literally is not guilty of any crime, has not done anything wrong, but just for the sake that it exists,
Mhm.
that's going against your intimacy. If you have an intimacy that says beings of evil such as demon need to be wrought from the world, need to be destroyed, you're fine. But this is a quandary. Who's got what?
Uh, I have those who live by the exploitation of others have lost their way.
Yeah.
Do you agree with
That
Tio or not? Are you? That's going to be something that you have to think about now.
yeah.
Challenging things. The Exalted, the first age, apparently were jerks. You don't have to agree with them.
So,
What about the rest of you? Do you have any intimacies that are going to be challenged by this?
so
No,
I have
not
an
for
intimacy that actually runs up against what Tio's been behaving like right now.
Okay.
Because my defining intimacy is I enjoy bringing down the self superior. So he's been quite on a streak.
Okay.
So my desire is to do the exact opposite of what he wants, just for the just for the hell of it.
We'll keep that in mind. EA, what about you?
Well, so my defining one is that I crave knowledge,
Okay.
which, gathering these things, finding out about them is knowledge, obviously. But I have a major for threats to creation. And so, a demon or a creature being a threat to creation, I can see if it gets out, then I'm going to want to deal with that. So, yeah.
Something to keep in mind. And then for Mirror Flag, what about your intimacies? How does this line up with those?
This entire dream sequence is bumping up probably against her defining one, which is who is she truly? Because oh hey, here we are doing these things.
Who do you want to be? Do you want to be a monster, or do you want to be a liberator? Do you want to let loose evil? Do you want to seal it away?
That is a question. She's also got 2 majors in A Troop Must Work Together to Excel and Stories Teach Us How to Live, which is kind of tying into the other one. And then she likes being the center of it sometimes. But that's a little
Okay.
hard to roleplay on a stream, so I'm probably gonna... She likes
So-
admiration, but not at the expense.
So keep this in mind. If you have acted so far in a way that goes against these intimacies, now that you know this, go ahead and build a limit. You'll just, on your limit tracker, you'll just do a slash like it's bashing damage. If you look and you go, yeah, now that I know this, I feel a little grody. Feels a little yikes. That being said, Volfer, for you, you have a choice. You could build a limit, or you could punch Tio.
So no, here's the one. Here, actually, I do want to clarify about the limit break tracker, because under my limit triggers, I have being mocked, humiliated, belittled. Right now, I'd definitely say what Tio did counts as belittling me
All right,
or belittling my prior.
you'll build 2 limit, or you'll build 1 limit and punch him. It's up to you.
I'll go for the latter. I'll go for the latter.
Okay, so you build 1 limit, and I take it you just take a massive swing and punch him in the face.
Yep.
All right, what do you say after you do it?
Stop getting. Wait, hang on 1 minute.
Yeah, get in the vibe.
Yeah.
Taking you play
Yeah,
both.
I'm doing. Yeah. So yeah, so I don't smack him with my fist. I smack him with the flat of my blade. Right? Bit better reach, and I say, no one, not even the unconquered sun, dares belittle me. Ever.
Spits what could be considered the elemental equivalent of a tooth of fire out. Fine, all you have left is the tapestry and the caldera, but you'll have to go into the volcano yourself. And he flies away.
Don't think...
That's where we'll take a break.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and go to.
Oh. Do we have sound?
Don't. Sorry about that. Hi, we're back.
That would probably help.
That
It
would help.
happens sometimes. It's been a long day, but thank you all so much for everything that y'all done, donations, and coming in and helping us out with this and helping out Carol. We thank y'all all very
Yes,
much.
Thank you so much for all of that. I've been keeping a kind of a small eye on the GoFundMe. We're currently doing pretty good. Just shy of a little over $500 to
Yep.
505 to be exact. So I think we're gonna be able to do this.
Yep, and we're back tomorrow with Fallout at 10:30 in the morning. That's Eastern time, and then 6 o'clock tomorrow night. We're back with Part-Time Gods. So also excellent shows that, or excellent games that Carol helped to create as an editor. So there we go. And right back to you then, Christy.
Okay, so I take it, head to the caldera because, I mean, in order to get out, you need one more thing, some sort of tapestry. On the way, however, you hear the wolves. We told you to leave it alone, and we even gave you grace. They step out in front of you. They are both very mad. Fight time. Alright, join battle.
Okay.
Joining the
So-
battle.
For join battle, you're going to roll your wits plus awareness. So you will notice that you actually have join battle written down.
Mhm.
All that math's already been done for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The wolves are pretty quick.
One,
They've got 9
two,
dice.
3.
Alright, wolf 1 is going to be... There. They got 4, actually. So to explain to the players, I know, viewer, that you can't see this, but I have an initiative tracker up for them. Wolf number 1 has rolled 9 dice, and out of the 9 dice, they've got 3 successes. Those 3 successes plus 3 gives them a spot on number 6 on this initiative tracker because they have 6 initiative. Wolf number 2 is going to roll now.
Alright.
And they have a way better roll. Dang.
Yeah.
They are going at 8. Which is ironic because they're wolf number 2, but they're going first. Alright, what about everybody else? What did you get on your dice?
A
I've
6.
got-
We'll go with yours first. So you got 6 successes on the roll?
It's 3 successes plus 3.
Cool.
6.
We'll pop you on 6. You and the wolf are going at the same time. We'll get to talk
Right.
about how that works. Alright, who's next?
6. Oh, go ahead.
No,
Oh,
go
I was
ahead.
gonna
6 successes rolled plus 3, so 9 total. And I got a 10. I don't know if that matters.
Yes, for this it doubles.
Oh, okay.
So you're going at 10. If I need to
Yay.
add one. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, in between the two of you, EA, give me yours first.
I actually have a 4 successes, so that I guess is 7.
Yes. There you are. And then Mirror, what do you got?
say I don't know where we are on the ping. 7 as well. That's including the additional 3.
Okay.
So.
Well, it makes sense why you were speaking at the same time as EA then. You're both going at the same time.
Great minds think alike.
So, as a reminder from our first short combat encounter, when a round starts, we go tick by tick, and we look at who has the highest initiative first, and then move on from there. Every round, you get 1 action, even if you lose initiative and fall down further on the tracker. So, going down, I see Karal is the first one up. Karal, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna draw this Killing Tide sword and uh, just kind of, um, just kind of sigh and just like, always with the violence. And I'm going to make a Withering Attack on this, on one of these wolves.
So you're gonna make an attack, and we're gonna be dealing with initiative instead of damage. Sounds good. All right, so you're going to attempt to do a slash of some kind.
Yeah, just a big over the head, bring it down, and just hit this wolf right on the head.
Okay, so the wolf is gonna try to dodge. So you get to build your dice pool. So it's going to be dexterity plus melee plus any bonus from your weapon.
7. Um. Would that be the 10 withering?
So you took Killing Tide, so your withering of 11, that's the dice pool.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, I'm sorry. You took Killing Tide, you are Fire Orchid. Withering 10, you're rolling 10 dice.
10 dice. Cool.
Yeah.
Groovy.
They tried to make it easier, but then they made it too easy. And it makes it more confusing sometimes. Because you're supposed to know how all that works. Shame on you, document editor. You made it complicatedly simple.
So that really good initiative roll was wasted because I just rolled 5 ones and 2 successes. One of which was a 10, but still.
So how many total successes? Because the ones don't count if you got successes.
Oh, okay. 2 successes then.
Okay. So you attempt to swing down on the wolf. However, the wolf appears to just not care as it shifts to the side, almost like it was physically there and then suddenly actually was physically next to itself. Your attack whiffs. All right. So because you missed, you are going to lose some initiative for that. Because it's been at least a year since I've run the system. Let me look that part up.
Okay.
In the meantime, I want to say thank you to all you first-time chatters who showed up tonight, and thank you so much for coming out for the charity stream. Exalted 3rd Edition, which is the game we are currently playing. Carol Darnell, who the charity is for, this is one of the games that she worked on. She's a very prolific tabletop RPG editor and has written some on games, but is more known for her editing. And while Christy is looking, I will mention a few of the things that she has worked on. The Witcher, Fallout, Cyberpunk Red. Goodness, my brain immediately fogs because everything is just like out there. Part-Time Gods, Exalted, obviously. All the 20th anniversaries of Vampire, Mage, Werewolf, Paragons and Prowlers, Fantasy Flight Games, L5R series. And I know there's games for Monty Cook and the Evil Hat that I can never remember. Yeah, she has been around for a long time, had a stroke about 2 months ago, and so we're doing what we can for her with this charity marathon. So thank you all so much for tuning in and watching. And if this is a system you've never had experience with, learning a new system is always fun. Because I think all of us here are learning this one today. So.
All right, so I know that there is something for it, but they didn't add in failure effects here, so I'm just going to go with the basic default one. You lose 1 initiative. You got 9.
Okay.
All right, so wolf number 2 is the one that you were attacking, we'll say. And it decides to shift it into gear It's gonna lunge and try to do the same thing you tried to do to it. To you! Except it's using a mouth. Its mouth. On your body. There we go. Alright, so, you have a choice. Are you going to try and dodge it, or are you going to try to block it with your blade? So, parry or evasion. Which one is higher?
Yeah, I'm going parry
Alright.
with 5.
Okay. You have a giant bite coming to you. There is. So you said 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that is 2 threshold successes. So you're dealing with 13 initiative damage. How much soak do you have?
Let's see. 8 soak.
Okay, so out of the 13, you're soaking 8. That leaves behind 5. So you'll be taking 5 initiative damage.
Okay.
Now,
I have. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead. I was gonna say,
I
if
was
you
gonna
have a charm that could help.
I have a reflexive ability called Solar Counterattack.
Why don't we take a look at that
So,
bad boy?
yeah, for 3 motes, Fire Orchid may invoke this charm in response to any attack she attempts to parry. This allows her to make a reflexive, decisive melee attack against the attacker, which does not count as my action for the round.
Okay. So you're going to be losing initiative anyway, so might as well try to use it for a decisive attack. All right.
Sure.
So you are going to use Dex plus melee, and that's it.
Dex plus
So
melee.
spend the motes. Dex plus melee.
Okay. Down to there. Okay.
We're going to have to beat. Got to beat 4.
Okay, let's see. That's gonna be 5.
Hey,
Four-
there you go.
4 successes and 1 10. So I guess 10s are
6.
doubled, so 6.
Yeah. So for damage, it will not be, and you are going to roll 9 dice.
9 dice. Okay.
9 dice.
Let's go. Oh, that's nice. That is 6 successes. Good.
6 successes. Okay.
Yes.
So we are dealing with 6 damage, and your initiative goes down to 3.
Okay. That's fine.
2, so that's 1, 2, 3. Yep. 4, 5, 6. Okay. The wolf yelps as you thwap into it massively. It went to bite you. You slashed into it. So in between the two, your initiative gets set to 3. So regardless of how much you were going to lose, you're now at 3. And it doesn't lose any initiative, but it does have a giant chunk of its body that is now cut.
Ouch.
Of course, it's a dream, so it like stitches itself together. But that being said, it is now time for EA and Mirror Flag to figure out who wants to go first. And who is going to go first is whoever decides to rhyme their next action. Okay, you're going up first. So are you going to go after the wounded one or the one who is unharmed?
because, again, sorry people, a little bit of audio issues. What I said was I rhymed. This creature that has the wolf head, I'd like to poke it with my spear and make it dead. Sorry that y'all could not hear that the first time. So I am going to do a spinning kind of attack, drawing forth my spear, kicking up a little bit of dirt, and then bringing it down upon my opponent in a large strike. I would like to, I don't know if I need to do it preemptively or not, but use my 3 motes for my excellent strike.
You could just straight up do it right now, yeah.
All right. Which gives an automatic success on 1 melee attack, and I can re-roll any ones that I get.
Now, the reason I wanted to ask about which wolf is because it affects how hard it's going to be to hit.
The one that got a chunk taken out of it, I kind of want to end it quickly.
Okay, can you beat 2?
Alright, so this is going to be a strength and, what else? Melee?
So, this is Dex melee because it's accuracy.
Okay, Dex melee. Alright. Well, this is going to be interesting, but at least I can re-roll the ones.
Dex, if you're doing Withering, it's Dex melee and anything your weapon gives you.
Alright.
So remember when I said it has a Withering something?
Yeah.
For your character, that's the number of dice you're rolling.
Now, does that Withering apply when I'm trying to do damage but not affect the initiative? Or...
So, if you're looking to use your initiative as damage, that's decisive. If you're looking to gain initiative over your enemy, then you would be doing a Withering Attack. So the
Okay.
question is, do you want to position them for death, or do you want to cause harm?
I want to cause harm.
Okay, then we're doing decisive, so it is Dex plus melee.
Dex plus melee, and nothing else from my weapon applies?
Nothing else.
Alright.
So if you were to look, that total number is the decisive dice pool.
Alright. So Dex and weaponry. Here we go. I mean, I get one automatically from my ability. Or that mote that I kicked off. Ooh, nice. I broke my streak. I got a 10, an 8, a 7, and a 1. So that is 4 successes.
Wait, and so it's a 10
I got a
and
10.
3 other successes?
Well, 10, 8, and 7, and then I got a 1, which is not a success. But so that's 4 successes total.
Don't you have to re-roll that one?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. You're so nice. I got a 5. Nah.
Okay.
It was worth a shot.
Worth a shot. Alright, so that definitely succeeds. So you're having to beat 2.
Mm-hmm. And
You had
that's 5
4.
total in successes because I get 1 automatically for that mote.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 2. Alright, it is 3 over. It has no hardness. Roll 7 dice.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, roll 9 dice. Forgot threshold.
7, 8, 9. I'll use my dice tower. Let's have some fun. Well, and then it goes away. Out of all 9 dice, I only got 2 successes.
Your stab renders it wobbling even more so. It appears to be very near death.
I tried my hardest. But that means that it is now Mirror Flag, I guess.
And because you did a decisive attack, your initiative is now 3. Alright, Mirror, what are you gonna do?
I am going to do a Withering Attack because I'm going to position the one that hasn't been harmed yet
Okay.
a little bit better and away from me. So I am going to throw my new chakra at it. That would be 10 total? Am I reading that right? Because it's a Withering Attack instead of a Decisive Attack.
So what was the number for Withering for that weapon?
5, but asterisk, +5 at close, +4 at short, and +3 at medium.
You are close. You were in the same area. If you were a little further back, that would be short. But you're close.
Yeah, okay. So, but is that an additional 5? die on the die pool?
So it is. Let me take a look. Let me actually take a look at the weapon.
Because I'm assuming it's already taken. Well, no, it would be taken. I might be reading it wrong.
Okay. Add 5 to the withering number.
Okay, that's
for
10.
close. There you
So
go.
that would be 10.
Yeah.
So that's. Bruh. So it is a dex thrown, or is that with additional die?
It is dex thrown. Yes.
Okay.
So it is
That is
that
just-
number includes dex thrown. Like all the numbers are together there for you.
Okay. I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out my die pool. So, yeah, that.
Yeah. So for you, it is specifically 5 plus 5 for 10.
Okay. Sure, I have all my dice. Yes. One, two, 3, 4, 5 successes.
All right. You get threshold 1. So your damage is going to have 1 extra die in the roll.
Okay, so damage is 12, so that would be 13 total.
Yes.
I need a dice tower. Bless you.
Or
I
not with my
apologize
roll.
for the- Okay, thank God. I have 2, 4, 5, 6 success, 7 successes. 9, not a 6. So 2 zeros, 2 9s, and an 8. So 7 total.
It looks concerned. As the blade comes at it, you notice it glows slightly, and its body shifts around the chakram and comes back together. Comes back to your hand, and fortunately you were unable to hit it because of some weird, bizarre magic it did.
Punk.
However, you did successfully attack. That bumps your initiative up by 1.
Awesome.
So even if you didn't hit, you still at least got something.
Hey,
Alright,
I'll take it.
Volfer. You and that wolf are going on the exact same tick. Clash time!
Okay.
You're gonna attack it, it's gonna attack you. Whoever wins their attack roll-off gets to hit.
Okay. Got it.
No defensive values. Straight gas.
Got it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Just one clarification before you roll, or rather, for my roll.
Yes.
I want to do a withering roll, right? Or is it's a withering roll that I have to do?
This is a withering attack, yes.
Yes, and I just take the number straight off the withering number on my weapon. Okay.
Normally, if you're playing this at home, you wouldn't have these already planned out for you. It would be a roll made up of your attack attribute and ability, plus any bonuses from your weapon. And charms and shenanigans.
Okay, I just finished my roll. 1,
All right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 successes.
Out of how many dice?
I get 11 dice from withering.
It's like all of it. 1,
2
2,
tens.
3, 4, 5. So how much over 5?
I got 9. Let me count again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, I
Yeah,
have
okay,
4
so
over.
that's
4 over.
threshold 4. So roll your damage plus 4.
Damage is 17, it says.
Roll 17
Yeah, fine.
plus 4.
Okay, that's 21.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me apply soak. Take 6 away.
That's still a lot of time.
Yeah, that's still a lot of dice. Go for it.
Minus 6, so that's 15
Minus
dice.
6.
Okay.
Roll 15 dice. Yes.
Yes.
Dang.
1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay. Okay.
That's still not bad.
So 4 successes, shoves, 1, 2, 3, 4. You go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now you have 11
Okay.
initiative.
Okay.
So you both go towards each other to attack, and then I take it you just hit with the other fist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool. It goes flying and falls on its back, very confused.
Nice.
And that brings us to the end of the round, so we're gonna loop back around. Hey, Volfer!
Yep.
It's your turn again. What are you gonna do?
Okay. Since I'm at 11, I'd like to do a decisive attack.
Okay. So I
Uh,
will go ahead and tell you, as long as you dealt 1 damage, you would be able to take out wolf number 2. But if you wanted to take out wolf number 1, your damage would probably do it with
Yeah,
a
I was
decisive
thinking
attack.
I was thinking I'd go for wolf number 1 if it wasn't a problem, because my decisive, if I'm not mistaken, is 18.
Okay. Okay. Let's give it a shot. All right. So your decisive would be your. I'm gonna build it manually. You would need to do your dexterity plus either melee or brawl based on whether you're punching or you're doing a slash.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last bit again? I missed.
Are you attacking with your sword,
Yes.
your cleaver? So it
Yes,
would be
the new
dex
one.
plus melee.
Dex, that's 3 plus melee is 5, that's 8.
So it would be 8 dice to hit. You could also use charms to increase it.
Not 18, then 8. I think I made a mistake when writing it down. Fair enough. Uh, I do have Excellent Strike,
Ooh, what does that do?
which is melee supplemental instant and automatic success on 1 melee attack if I spend 3 modes, and can reroll any ones until the ones no longer appear. So I can keep rerolling one.
Ooh, I like it. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, go for it.
That's one possibility. The other one was there is for Fire and Stone Strike. On making a Withering Attack, Wolfer may pay up to 5 modes before rolling. If the attack hits, each mode adds 1 die to the post-soak damage. That's Withering, but I'm doing Decisive.
Yes.
On making a Decisive Attack, he may pay up to 3 modes before rolling. For every mode spent, he may add 1 threshold success from the attack roll to the blow's raw damage.
Okay. I would definitely say both of those are eligible to be used if you wanted to spend 6.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually trying that. Why not?
All right, let's give it a shot.
So first I roll 8 die, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you're re-rolling any ones that appear.
There are no ones, so
Until
no
they
rerolls here.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah, but so can I choose to use it after rolling, or I have to choose to use it before rolling my charms? I mean, there is one that says after rolling. Fire and Stone Strike is before I roll. But Excellent Strike, is there a...
Does it say reflexive?
No, it says melee supplemental instant.
So supplemental, you add it before. If it's reflexive, you can add it in response to.
Understood.
Excellencies are reflexive. So if you needed to get some extra oomph, you could also add excellencies. You can.
Yeah.
There is a limit to how much you can do, but for the most part, excellencies you can do whenever you need to, up to the rating in that attribute or that ability.
Yeah. Right. I've spent 6 modes. Let me just that. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes, and so 6 successes so far.
That is threshold 2.
Okay. So 1 threshold success from the attack to the blow's raw damage. For every mode spent. So I spent 3 modes.
So then you're adding 2
threshold success.
Yeah. And then you're going to go ahead and roll 11 plus 2. So roll 13 dice. hold on before you roll them. We have to look at the hardness. They have none. Go for it.
13 dice, right?
Yes.
13 d10, go. 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay.
So this is damage, right? Not
Yeah, this is raw. This is raw damage. You're right.
Yeah.
But because you used your initiative to do that, you do reset to 3.
yeah, got it.
So, you take a massive chunk out of the first wolf, and it is shocked and appalled at how much you were able to inflict upon it.
Okay.
Its scream, however, results in a stirring. Hold on, I gotta adjust our wheel a little bit. There we go. Alright. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9! There's a call. And a whole pack of these wolves come charging into the battlefield. They're going dead last. So they run into the field, and it appears that they've called reinforcements, an entire group of lesser wolves.
Okay.
Hey, Mirror Flag. Clash Attack!
Okay.
It's you and Wolf 2.
Alright, let's do this. I'm actually going to make it decisive, even though that might not be my best idea ever.
So, with a Clash Attack, let me make sure. I think you can do that, but I think they have to be the same.
Okay.
Hold on, let me...
I mean, if it wants to do a Withering Attack, I'll take the extra dice.
Attack. Decisive. Clash! Characters attack each other in the same tick, perform Clash Attack. This is an opposed attack roll that bypasses defense. Whoever rolls more attack successes lands the attack. A successful Withering Clash adds the threshold by which the winning fighter beats their opponent to raw damage, and then adds 3 levels of initiative damage after the roll. Oh, hold on. That changes things. Hey, Volfer, can you roll 3 extra dice for me?
Sure. You got it. 2 successes.
Thank you. That extra damage. I forgot to note that. Okay, so even more wounded. Anyway, yes, you can choose to do a decisive attack, but you still have to see which one of these attacks is going to win.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Withering.
Okay. Are you sure?
Okay.
You can go for decisive.
Yeah, how many is it going to be rolling for decisive, though?
They are heavily wounded, so they are rolling 5 dice.
Yeah, I'll take my advantage and have the 10 dice.
So when you get wounds, there's a negative number. Whatever the lowest negative number you've reached is with your slashes, that's how much is removed from every active dice pool that you roll. Cool. Do you beat 1?
By... that was... 3... 4... Yes, I have 4 successes.
Okay,
Oh, yes, I beat 1.
so go ahead and roll 8 dice. Tell me what you get.
Okay.
What I need to know is you botch.
No, because I've got 2 7s and a 10, so 4 successes total. One of these dice is really hard to read sometimes.
They evaporate because you annihilate them entirely.
Okay, then.
And you go to
Alright.
3. Now everyone's at 3. Dang. That's alright. So remember, if you've already gone this round, you don't get to go again when you come back up. Which makes sense, because everyone's coming back up. Alright, so Volfer is gone, and Mirror Flag is gone, but Corral, EA, and the Wolf Pack have not gone. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. Alright, so the Wolf Pack, as you attack it and deal it damage, it will get smaller until it gets to a point where they just run away. So your goal is to make them run away. Nice, simple, to the point. Alright, so if you want to do that, you are going to need to do... Everyone's doing a clash attack. Everyone's clashing at the same time. Let's see whose clash reigns supreme. So, EA, Corral, the Wolf Pack. Everyone is attacking at the same time. You get to decide, are you going to do... I'm going to be honest with you, you should probably do a Withering Attack. Withering Attacks on battle groups count as regular damage, and kind of only got 3. So,
Alright.
go for it.
Out of curiosity, because we've got all these enemies clashing and close by and doing all this, can I use my Death of Obsidian Butterflies spell?
Yes, you can. You're going to need to take some shaping actions, but that is something that you can do.
Nice.
So, if you're going to shape for sorcery, it removes you from combat.
Okay.
But then once per round, you get to do the building, the building, and the building, and the building, and the building until you're good.
Okay.
So we're just going to take you. We're just going to put you over
Take
here,
me out.
right with that sun. Look at that.
Get me out of there.
All right. So you are now out of combat. When you come back into combat, you're going to re-roll join combat to rejoin combat. That is one of the new things about sorceries for 3rd edition. Say new. It's been out for like 7 years at this point. Let me get to sorcery. It's been a while since I've had a sorcerer. Shaping rituals. So you know a shaping ritual of some kind that gets you extra sorceress motes. You're going to need to do that shaping action, that shaping ritual, in order to gather up the motes you need. So you're going to need to make an intelligence plus occult roll at difficulty 1, and you're going to have to build up to the sorceress motes required for the spell.
Okay.
So the cost should say something like some number SM.
15.
That's sorceress motes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then how do you shape it? What does that look like? What do you do?
Oh, can't I just go Kamehameha with that? Just,
Yeah, I mean at the end, unless your whole thing is just going to be this for like 5 minutes.
Sadly might be.
Okay, we'll just say that you're doing that. You're doing a weird hand wave thing. That kind of fits with the water. You walked around the coast.
I look like I'm at a rave all of a sudden,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
Alright, so give us
Industrial
this roll.
dance. Yeah.
Tell us what you get over difficulty 1.
All right. And I'm rolling, you said intelligence?
Plus occult.
All right, so 9 dice. Fun. Ooh. Well, that's 3 10s right off the bat.
Oh, that's nice.
1, 2, 3. What is that? That's a 1, okay. But then a 9. So I'm looking at 7 successes.
How many sorceress motes does it cost?
15.
Okay. That's like half.
Doing good
All
so
right.
far.
Spend 1 willpower. It's the only willpower you're going to spend for the casting of this instance of the spell. You just spend it your first shaping action. And then next round, I'm going to ask you to do it at the start of the round,
Okay.
and then we'll go from there. And it'll be the start from now on. It wasn't the start this time because we had to get to your point for you to say, I'm out of combat. All right. So, Corral, what do you do?
These wolves and I are about to clash, so I'm going to turn them all into ash. And
I like
we're
it.
going to roll Withering.
Alright, this one is actually it's full pull. Hey! Let's go.
Nice.
We must clash! Roll your dice! Let's see
Alright.
whose roll reigns supreme. Can you beat a 4?
Yeah, I've got 3 successes plus 2 10s, so that would be 4, so 7.
Wait, how many 10s?
2 10s. And then
So that's
3
1, 2,
regular.
3, 4, 5,
And
6,
then-
7.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so it's 7 versus 4. You have 3 threshold successes for a Withering Attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So roll your damage plus 3.
Alright. Okay. Wait. So the damage would be that 11 for the withering, or
Yes.
okay. Plus 3 successes.
Yeah. Damage is only ever going to list Withering damage because your decisive damage is your initiative.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay, so that's 4 successes rolled plus the 3, so 7.
Okay. Half of the pack just falls, and 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no! Initiative crash. So how many successes total did you get? That's 1.
7 total.
7. Let's see. You don't. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, because you caused a crash, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're at
Nice.
14 initiative because the wolf pack has been crashed. So the wolf pack now cannot make decisive attacks. It has 3 rounds to get positive, or at the 3rd round it pops up to 3 initiative for free if it survives. And all it can do is try to get back up to 0 at least. All right. We already did that wolf, so we're actually going to go ahead and just loop back around. Sorcery action.
All right, I got to spend one more willpower.
No, you spent the 1 for the first time. It's for the whole shaping ritual in general.
Okay.
You just have to do it when you start, and then that's good from then on.
All right, well, here we go with that 9 dice again. Let's see, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with that one. So that's 6
So-
successes.
Plus what you had before, how much total?
So that puts me at, I guess, I got 7 last time. Was that what it was? 7 plus 6 this time, so I'm at 13. I'm 2 away.
You can... Hold on. So, I don't know of any rule that says that you can't use excellencies to add a little more. Do you have an excellency for a cult? It'd be listed in your charm section or on your sheet. The double box.
For excellency?
Yeah.
Yes, I do actually.
You can spend some of your personal or peripheral emotes to gain extra dice that you could roll and add to this roll.
I'll use I'll use them. Get those peripheral in there.
All
Let's
right.
do it.
You can max out 1 mote for 1 die based on the occult rating.
All right. So, I mean, I only need 2, correct? I'm sorry,
But
my
you're
brain is
rolling
starting
dice?
to have a... Yeah.
So, normally, if it was just straight successes, yeah, you could just get the exact successes you need. You're rolling dice. There's chances of failure. So you want to, my suggestion would be go broke.
Okay.
Get as many dice as you can to guarantee you cast it.
All
Because
right.
otherwise it's just, oh, you're one shot.
So just burn some peripheral for dice? It's basically a 1-to-1
Yeah.
kind of thing, or
Yeah,
why not?
do it. Get some glow going.
Up to the limit of your occult, correct?
Yes.
All right. So my cold is a 5, so I can roll 5 dice.
Oh,
do believe so. Actually,
Alright.
one sec. Let me make absolutely sure. The excellency and an ability may spend most directly at dice to actions at a rate of 1 mote per die. I'm looking for the max. I think it's...
If I can use this excellency, I would beg you, please say, so mote it be.
Plus 1.
I'll get that rhyme
Up
in
to
for
the
you.
usual limitation, and the limitation would be... Adding to dice pools, no combination of solar charms can add more dice to a pool than the relevant attribute plus ability total. So, intelligence plus occult, that's the max amount you can spend for the max amount of dice.
Well, I've got tons of peripherals still left over, so let's do it.
Do it.
I'll
Whoa.
spend those extra 4.
What
Boom.
does your anima banner look like?
From what I remember, it's
At the top of your sheet.
yeah. Where is it? Sorry, I have to scroll back to it.
Here, I can get to it.
My anima banner is a great staring golden eye.
As you summon up the last sorcerer's motes you need, a giant eye opens behind you and stares hate at the target of your rage. And since you're outside of combat and stuff has been happening, I mean, you could attack the group of wolves, or you could attack that last wolf. It's really up to you. As long as you get the successes you need. Roll it.
All right. Oh, well, yeah. That'll work. So that'll be 6 successes.
All right.
So 10, 10,
That does it.
8, and a 5, 8 and an 8. Sorry, looking at the wrong dice there. And then the rest were 3s and 2s and 4s. So
That extra sorcerer's motes just evaporate. You have enough. You can unleash the thing, and then we'll have you roll join battle.
all right. So 15 sorcerer's motes and a willpower.
Already spent the willpower.
Yeah. Decisive attack against all enemies in line of sight out to medium range, wide enough to strike all opponents with a single range band.
And it's targets you choose. The butterflies will avoid friends.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's kind of lame.
So it says the attack has raw damage equal to the EA's threshold successes plus 1.
Yep. So you're now going to roll for hitting.
All right, so the perception plus occult, that it says.
Yes.
All
So
right.
basically, you're flinging out these obsidian butterflies, a whole gush of them, like someone opening up one of those glitter bombs. But it's obsidian butterflies, and instead of embarrassment, it's death. And now you just need to see if you actually hit the thing.
All right, here we go. It's another 9 dice.
Go for it.
All right, so that is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So plus 1 is 6. So threshold success is plus 1.
Yeah, so we need to look at these stats real quick. So when we're dealing with the pack, okay, I'm gonna say that you hit both. It's gonna be 2 damage rolls. So we're gonna hit each separately. So for the first wolf that you're hitting, 2. So you said 6.
Mm-hmm.
Threshold 4.
Okay.
So 4 plus whatever the damage dice would be.
All right. So
There should be damage dice listed with that spell.
attack has raw damage equal to the threshold successes plus 1.
Ah, yeah. So roll.
Wouldn't
Does
that?
not reset your base initiative after that. Okay. So you deal raw damage equal to threshold successes plus 1. So there is no rolling. It's just raw gas, and you deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And before you can finish counting, the thing evaporates. And time for the wolf pack. So the wolf pack is going to actually do a morale check. We get to group battle. so I can check and make sure I do this right. Row 1. Okay. So go ahead and roll that hit one more time.
All right. Oh, I like that one even more. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Before they can break apart and run away, they proceed to cease existing, and then there is nothing but obsidian shards all over all of the places where they were that slowly fade away. And that's it for that combat. That was explosive.
Nice.
I dig it.
Nice.
Nice indeed.
Actually,
And
did
we even
better
got to
on
have some
combat.
sorcery in there. I didn't
That-
think
yeah.
we'd be able to fit that in.
Well, the moment you said there were mobs coming in, I was like, I gotta do something.
Heck yeah. I'm glad. It's fun how sorcery works here, that you literally just exit combat and it's just gotta build the rage. Alright. So with that, they are now no longer in your way and you are free to proceed forward into the volcano. The caldera. So the volcano rises for the western side of the island, a blasted, jagged scope of obsidian and basalt, dotted with crags from which spew smoke and the occasional lava plume. You're going to need to climb up the side of this mountain, which will take some time, but isn't difficult enough that you'll need to roll. So, you will experience stream heat, but you will be fine when you get to the rim. So, it's a massive lake of lava around a central, raised islet of raw rock, roughly circular, wide enough that two combatants on opposite sides of the islet are at medium range from each other. You see the tapestry in a display case in the center of the islet. There are multiple twisty bridges that seem really weak and flimsy that connect the outer rim to that tiny little island in the middle. Now, had you not beaten all of those wolves there, you would have had to have a fight here, but I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna say that sure there was a sudden mob, but you also dealt with the mob here, so you're good to grab it if you want.
Alright.
Woman of action. Carl runs across one of these flimsy bridges real fast.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to roll your. I'm gonna say Dex plus Athletics.
Okay, it's only 6, so we'll see how we do. Oh no.
Oh no.
That's no successes and 3 ones.
Oh no.
So you start running across this bridge, and that's when the bridge starts to sink into the lava and starts to burn, and that's when your feet hit it, and you are going to have some major issues here. So I'm gonna need. I can't believe we're actually gonna have this happen. What is your soak?
7, I believe. Let me double check that. 8.
Okay. We're gonna see how badly you get burned, or see if maybe you're able to hot foot it across and be okay.
Oh no.
I blame this on chat because someone said we didn't have a comedy fail.
You are able to make it all the way across. Your boots, however, are not. You are now barefoot. You're lucky. Had it been a botch, you would have actually taken aggravated damage, which is supposed to be impossible. Not supposed to include that or limit in this adventure, but you definitely hit it. Anyway, yeah, you're in the middle. One of the bridges is now enveloped in fire.
Really liked those boots. Okay, and you said it's in a display case?
Yeah, it's as if it's surrounded by a little glass case that has multiple doors on multiple sides. Round,
Break.
just in case of emergency break glass. Okay. And that's when the lava wolf appears.
Of course. Why wouldn't
Okay.
it?
Of course.
We get to the stats for the lava wolf. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Yes. Okay. So, out comes this. It's not exactly a lava wolf. The best way to put it is, it's as if a wolf, a serpent, and a squid all like did the fusion dance. The jaw is made up of it opens up and you see multiple beaks of squids as the teeth. Tentacles form the ears. It is rather bizarre. It is also very much a fire-based being because it's all lava all the time. Also, you're at close range. Everybody else is at medium.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
So I'm gonna have to run up then.
Yeah,
Don't have any
join
reason.
battle.
Alright.
Well, that's not doing too well.
Of course, the 0 landed on the ground.
If it's on the ground and it's a 0, it counts.
2 successes.
1s and 0s on the floor count for me. 2 successes? Okay.
That's 2 successes plus 3 is 5. Yeah.
Holy mothers! Okay, that's a 1. This is the best I rolled all night.
What'd you get?
Before adding the additional plus 3, 7, 8. So that's 11.
Yes, it is. Dang.
I rolled.
All right,
3,
crawl.
3 0.
Yeah.
I got a total of 6.
6. Got it.
Oh, no.
Is that 1?
That's a,
Okay.
oh no.
1 with 3, right?
Well, you're at 4. It's not as bad as it could be.
Technically, I rolled the same as John, except that I rolled a 10.
Hey, that does it. Sometimes it's as simple as 1 digit. All right. So first up in combat is Mirror Flag. Mirror Flag, what do you do? It is
Yeah.
medium range. You could hit this thing.
I'm gonna hit this thing with the ring. I just need to pull up my weapon again.
Medium should be plus 4.
Medium is plus 3. 4.
Oh, it's plus 3? I thought I had it. I thought I figured it out.
Well,
Yeah.
it increases by 1. It's
Yeah, medium is 3. Right. It's not short. That's what did it.
Just 3 successes on that one. So.
Okay. Unfortunately, you're not able to hit it. What you thought was it was actually opening its mouth, and it flies right in between the jaws and comes back to you. Just barely. Unfortunately, that does mean that you are going to lose 1 initiative. Okay. Paral. What do you do?
I mean, Let's see here. I think I'm gonna have to wither its little attack. Maybe do some big damage to it.
Yeah, you need to change some of the momentum here.
Yeah.
Losing your boots, almost burning.
You
Yeah.
know, it's been a day.
It's been a day.
Okay. Luckily, this cool sword has 11 withering, so. Okay, there we go. Back on track. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Nice. Ooh. It hasn't acted yet, so we are dealing with. There it is. How many over 3 is that?
3.
3 threshold successes.
Yes.
All right, so roll your damage.
Right.
So 3 plus your damage for the weapon.
Yeah. Okay. For damage, 10s don't double, right?
They do for withering, they don't for decisive.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay. Then 2, 3, 4, 5.
You are at 12. It.
Woo!
Hold on, 12. Furnace. 9, 12. That's 3. Okay. Correction. You're at 10. But it is at 1, 2, 3. Well, you were at 6. You got a success. Then you dealt 1, 2, 3 damage. It was at 5, so it goes 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there we go. That's math. So you take a massive slash at it, and it freaks out because how the heck are you dealing damage to it? It's made out of lava. That don't make sense. All right, Volfer. What do?
Okay. So I just have a question. Are we situated above it?
So flat plane.
Yes.
It is 2 range bands away. So range bands are close,
Okay.
short,
Okay.
medium, long, extreme.
Okay. No, 'cause
That's off
I
camera,
meant-
right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
I was more asking because I kind of misunderstood the setting because I thought it was like there was a lava lake and there's an island in the middle of it, and we were coming at it from the top rather than from plane. That's
Yeah,
what
you
I
reach
thought.
the top of the cliff. It's a flat space, and then there's a moat, lake
Okay.
of lava, and then same level
Alright.
as you is the island. It's like someone
Got it.
dug a trench.
Got it. So I'm at medium range. To get into close range, that's 2 bands, correct?
Yes.
To move. Does that use my entire action? I'm not sure how that works. Movement
So
works,
you
yeah.
can move 1 range band as a move
Mhm.
action and still do a thing. But if you wanted other combat things you can do during combat, covers this. Let me get to it.
Because if I understand correctly, melee is only close range, right? Or is it also
Yeah.
short range?
Melee is close range.
Because I'm basically melee. So yeah. Without being in short range, without being close range, I don't think I can do much. So one question though. Does using one of my charms count as a separate action? So can I move and use a charm?
So you can move and use a charm or move and attack. Your movement is a non-combat action. It's a reflexive action.
Yes, so the reason I ask is again, since I'm a melee fighter, I have to be in close range. And I do have something called the Thunderclap Rush Attack. Brawl, reflexive, and instant. For 3 modes at any point in the round, Wolfer can move 1 range band towards an opponent within short range and attack it.
So what you
I'd
could
like to
do,
move.
you could move from medium to short, and then
Yes.
thunderclap. Yes.
Exactly what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Because I do not think I can attack otherwise.
Yeah, no, that makes
What
sense.
man? Yeah.
So, that does not constitute a flurry, because you're
Okay.
doing a reflexive action and then a regular action. If you wanted to do 2 combat actions in a round, that's a flurry, and then there's penalties involved. You're good. Go
Okay.
for it.
All right. So that's what I do. So it says it's not a doesn't have to be a brawl attack, but it uses my turn for the round, so I can attack with my weapon. If I understand right.
I'm understanding you to have had your weapon out,
Yeah.
only
Or
because
easy access. Yes.
you saw it coming out.
Yes.
We'll say that you have your weapon out. I'll be kind. Otherwise, you would have to flurry. Anyway, you have the weapon ready. It's there. You jump into
And
the
I'm-
fray.
Yep.
Go for it.
Withering attack. So 11 dice.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see what I get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes.
6 threshold.
6 threshold. Okay. Target cannot defend against this attack with a clash. So yeah, we're not clashing.
Yeah.
Doesn't-
Not a clash. Only because it's down to 2 initiative. That's okay.
Yes. So I have to use 3 modes for this. I'd like to use it for my personal pool.
Sure.
That triggers anima.
No, that's peripheral.
Peripheral triggers anima.
Yes.
I already have. So just a minute. I already have used 13 plus 6. That's 19 modes from my peripherals.
Guess what? You got all of them back.
Okay.
I've
So
been
I
very good
start-
about it, but after a huge chunk of time, like the amount of time that
Okay.
you spent walking, you've gotten it all.
All
back.
right. Okay. So now I'm back at just using 3. Got it. All right.
Now
At
remember,
what
you
level do I-
still have your committed modes not accessible
Yeah,
because
I've
they're
not.
in the weapon.
I've accounted for that. So the
Yeah,
only
okay.
thing is, when does the anima trigger? At what level?
So it's based on different levels. So specifically, you have your. Let me actually get to it. So there's dim. There, nothing shows. There's glowing. You get
Mhm.
there when you spend 1 to 3.
Okay. So I'm
you
just
get-
glowing right now.
You get to a burning glow above that where it's not just like your mark is visible, but like your body glows at, I believe it's 5, and then at 10 or more, it's called iconic.
Yes.
It's
Okay. Yeah.
totemic.
Bonfire.
Huge.
Yeah.
That's when the
So-
anima look on the
Yes.
top of your character sheet. That's
Got
when
it.
it pops out.
So you just said 6 threshold, right?
Yeah.
So withering, what does that mean? I roll 6 dice to see how much damage I do, or
The damage of your roll plus 6. Put them together. Roll all of that.
that's 8 plus 6. Okay.
Yes.
14. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Let me make sure I'm using soak correctly. Roll minus tool soak. Oh, I've been doing it wrong. I was doing it 2nd edition style. How many dice total?
14 right now.
14, and then you're gonna subtract soak, which is 9.
Is it dice or successes?
So, subtract 9 from that dice total. Roll the remaining dice.
Subtract 9. Okay.
Subtract 9, roll that remaining
Plus
dice. That's exactly
5.
how much you deal. Nothing taken
Okay.
out of that.
One
My
success.
apologies in rolling that run.
Yeah, no way. 1 success.
Hey, that's still a successful attack. Bumps you up
Yep.
by 1. Bumps them down by 1. Looky there. That's almost crashed. Alright. Alright, next up, EA. What do you do?
Oof. He's far from me still, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do you want a sorcery?
I'd love to, but I was also just thinking of, you know, maybe a kind of a stunt kind of moment of jumping down onto the bridge with my spear, dipping it down and, kind of golfing lava at the monster. But
Okay, so doing a move action
yeah,
and doing the lava up as an attack.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's
Uh,
not going to be damaged by the lava. It is lava. Let's just go with the sorcery. That makes more sense.
so if you wanted to do movement and sorcery at the same time, you can.
But
We'll just say that you do the movement and then start the sorcery. Now, that does mean that a little bit of luck is going to be involved. Do you walk on the right bridge?
let's find out.
Okay, roll your essence and dice. So your essence rating, roll a die.
All right.
I need to know if it fails or if it succeeds and if it botches.
My essence rating, so just one die.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It succeeds. That's a 9.
Okay, you're able to find a bridge that isn't going to immediately fall apart and eat your boots. So, you could do your gathering of sorcery here.
All right, let's do it. I'll spend.
All right, spend your willpower and do the shape.
Where'd my pen go? There it goes. All right, and here we go with that casting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of that 9.
So 7 out of 9?
Yep.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I'm
All right,
liking it.
it is its turn. It's a little concerned, so it decides that it's going to lash out as well as it can.
Okay.
Okay, so it is going to lash out at the thing that is the biggest threat, which is Volfer, who has drawn its ire.
Got
It
it.
flings out a flaming tentacle at you, covered in flaming wolves that are also lava.
How big is this
Fair
thing?
enough. Parry is my highest.
Sounds like a
You
good
said I
idea.
can add. Was it brawl? Was it melee to parry or brawl to parry?
Melee or brawl, based on what you're
I have.
using.
Yeah.
If you're using a sword, it's melee.
I'm using my sword. I still have my sword out. So my parry is 5. I'd like to spend a further 5 motes to fully block it. To burn to. So is that 2? Is it 2 motes per unit of melee or 1?
So for adding dice, it's 1 for 1. For adding
Okay.
to a static value, it's 2 for 1.
Okay, so my parry is 5, and then I'd burn another 10 motes, or
To bump it
spend
by
another
5
10
more?
motes.
Okay.
Yeah, to bump it by 5. So then my total parry is 10, and I go to iconic. I think straight away. Iconic animal.
Yep, that bumps you straight to it.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh wait, that's not math. That's math. That's 2. Yep. Okay, so we are doing 10 dice, and I have to beat 10.
Yes.
Okay, let's see where this goes. It attempts. Unfortunately, it misgauges how far you are, and it taps your sword. It appears very sad. It has 0 initiative. It is not yet crashed. No, it is
Okay.
crashed. It is crashed. Oh no, you caused a crash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have fun. Okay, going back to the start of combat. Shaping. Go for it.
Here we go. All right. One more time.
And yes, if you cause someone to crash, it bumps you up by 5.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
Okay.
well, that one wasn't so good. That was 3.
Okay, so you get 3.
Yep.
All right, Wolfer, what do you do?
So I'm at 11. It's at 0.
Yes,
I'm actually going to try to push it further into crash. Is that all right?
do it.
Yeah. Okay. So another Withering Attack. This time I won't do anything special. Actually, no, I will. I'll do Fire and Stone Strike, which is spend 5 motes before rolling. And each adds 1 more die to the post-soak damage.
Ooh, I love it.
So-
Do it.
So let me see if I got this right. First, for Withering, I roll 11 dice for the attack. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 successes.
I'm looking for initiative crash. I know it's here.
And if I got this right, you tell me the threshold, we add them together, subtract the soak, and then I roll.
Hold on, I have to check for
Yeah, sure.
the catch with initiative crash because I don't exactly remember it because of COVID-19. Thank you, COVID-19, bringing me nothing but pain and suffering in my life.
Yeah.
Feel that one.
I cannot easily find it, so this is what I'm gonna say from what I remember. So its defensive value is 0.
Okay.
You got 1 success at the bare minimum. You hit.
Okay. I got 10, wasn't it? Yeah, I got 10 success.
Okay. So that means you go up by 10. You're technically at
Okay.
21.
Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. We have to actually apply
Yeah.
soak. Soak still
Yeah.
applies.
Yeah.
So
So
you are
soak
still
was-
at 11. I don't
Sorry, I'm a
recall
little
soak
confused.
off
So
the top of my
got-
head.
I did 10. What was the soak again?
So you were trying to get past its defensive value.
Yeah.
In crash, the defensive value is 0. So those are all
Okay.
threshold. 10
Yes.
threshold. Its
So
soak
that's-
is 9.
So it's 10 plus 10 minus 9.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So that's 11 again.
11.
Now hold on.
Okay.
Don't you add bonus dice to the damage after soak?
Oh yes, thank you. It says
Add those.
add 1 dice to post soak damage. So that's I spent 5. So I add 5 dice to that. So that's 11 plus 5 is 16.
Nice.
Roll 16.
Okay.
People try to say that you can use 10 dice and play Exalted. They're wrong. You need 20. Bare
Do
minimum.
10s count as double here? I think you said they don't.
Yes.
Right?
For Withering, it does. For Decisive,
Oh.
it doesn't.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10.
4, 5,
Yes.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm just gonna have to make a note about that. And then you go up to 21.
21?
This was made when Exalted 3 first came out. No one knew exactly what it was going to look like. It's definitely yes. You have 21 initiative, and they have negative 10.
Yeah.
Well then.
Okay, and that loops us back around. Or no, that doesn't loop us back around. Mirror Flag and Corral, you were going on the same tick. Does one of you want to go first?
I mean, sure, I'll go. I mean,
Okay, go for it.
Alright, so keep in mind, defensive values go down each time they're attacked. So they've been attacked once. The defensive value of 4 for parrying is now 3. Whoever goes after that knocks it down to 2.
see, I'm gonna set the heavier hitter up then. So for
Cool.
sure.
Okay, I can go. That's fine.
Go for it.
Let me set you up first, because you
Sure.
get a little extra bonus
Ooh.
if I go ahead of you. So I'm still at medium range, correct?
Yes.
Or did it get pushed? Okay.
No, you're at medium unless you moved. By the sound of it, you just stood there and just chunked it.
I don't want to cross that bridge. I've already, nearly lost one shoe. I don't want to lose
Yeah.
both of them.
You're throwing it ranged. It makes sense. I get it.
Okay, good. There are 3 successes here.
Awesome. You get threshold 3. Its defensive value is also 0, so you're good to go. Normally it would lessen, but right now it's just straight 0. So straight gas. All right.
So 12 plus 3 is 15.
-9.
Minus 9 is 6.
Roll 6.
Did I catch it? No, I did. Yes. No. I did not catch it there. 6. Now I have to go hunt down one of my dice.
No.
6, 7. 3 zeros on my withering, so.
Okay. So 6, you said?
7. 3 zeros and a 9. So
Cool.
7.
You're at 18. They're at worst.
Oh shit.
Corral, go for it.
Yeah, so I wanted to see about using my anima power.
Do it.
For 10 motes and 1 willpower, Karal can supplement a decisive attack against a creature of darkness, demons, ghosts, etc., preventing her initiative from resetting to base value after the attack.
Okay, go for it.
Cool.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Nice.
so spend those 10 motes.
What does your anima banner look like?
A screaming serpentine dragon.
I originally wanted to write it for your notes as Shinron, but screaming.
I mean,
I mean,
you're not
go
wrong.
for it. Go for it.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So decisive. 7 dice. It looks like.
All right, so you do have to roll to hit because we need to see if you botch.
Oh right.
So you do have to do your dex plus melee.
Right.
And based on the threshold there, that's what we're going to be dealing with.
3 melee.
Just
Okay,
don't
still-
fail.
Just don't fail. Okay.
Just don't fail.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I got 3 successes.
Yeah!
Yes.
All right, go for it. Roll
Yeah.
10.
10. Ooh, let's go.
So this would go against hardness, and that is no hardness, just pure gas.
4, 5, 6. 6 successes. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this decisive attack. Karal's just gonna jump up and just golf swing her sword right into like the side of its face.
You chop off, out of like 7 sevenths, there is now 1/7 of its might remaining.
Nice.
It forms up into a smaller version of itself. It's still there, but it is heavily impacted. And we go to its turn, where it's just going to try to stabilize. So it's gonna try and lash out at you to try and get some of that initiative back, some of that momentum. So it's gonna go for a slam. That's 10 dice, -4. So it's gonna roll 6. What's your parry? Or your
5.
evade, whatever's higher.
My parry is 5. It's higher. So,
It's too small to hit you. Fails to make the range. It whimpers. This is round 2 of it being in that position. Shaping action, go for it.
Here we go. 10, so that's 2. An 8, a 9, another 8, and another 9. So that is 6, which all together with my previous should kick off my spell.
Boom! Cast it.
All right. 10 for 2, 8, 7, and another 8. So that's technically 5 plus 1 that comes with the spell, which is 6.
Dead. It had 1 health level left. Just the ink cap.
I'll save you! Just kidding.
With its death, the lava cools a bit and has become a uncomfortably warm but passable terrain.
Nice.
Even with my bare ass feet.
Yeah, you're hot footing it.
I'm just gonna say that we are the same shoe size and hand you some spare shoes from somewhere. I'm a master of disguise. I've probably got them.
You remove
It'll
2
work.
masks. You make flip flops out of them. I mean, it's mask upon mask upon mask. I have to assume that we can make that work.
Sure.
Yeah,
It's a shame it's not like the 2nd edition version of the Flying Chakram, or 1st edition maybe, where there was a version where you could just hold it and fling it, and it would like make one fly, and maybe you could like have those become flip flops. Then you cut a foot on it, so I guess
Yeah.
that's the risk. All right, so you have the tapestry, the loot, the 4 other artifacts. You feel them glow by each other, and you know for sure you've gotten everything you need to be able to leave. Of course, you have to bring them to a central place and deal with the consequences.
Before we deal with the consequences, can we get like Theo and what's her name into the same spot?
Yeah, let's say that you can hunt them down. That would be a wits plus survival to track them down. Or if you're
Alright.
looking to do it with following essence of magical beings, you could do perception occult. Now, if we want to go ahead and wrap up the session though with an ending,
Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause
we could do that all at once.
well, my grand idea was to, use my, anima power to get them to essentially shake on it. Don't be a dick kind of scenario. Like, hey, we got to get out of here. We know we're going to be taking you with us. Don't cause chaos.
Well, what you
Because
can see in the distance is they're both fighting amongst themselves about who's right. This thing hasn't done anything wrong yet, but it is an evil demon, and they
Yeah.
seem to be quite preoccupied as you notice that everything around you is becoming a white limbo, and the dream is fading away, and they are fading from sight as well, and you notice that behind you is the demon itself awoken.
All right. So I'll make the deal with the demon. Don't cause chaos.
All right, so the question is, do you revoke the binding? Do you maintain the binding? Or do you fight the demon?
Can I get information from it first?
No, I'm going for all of you
Okay.
as to your votes on this.
So I'm ready to fight, but
What would
again,
I just want to know your character's reasoning for the position, so that we can kind of
got it.
all get a feel for where we're going with this ending.
So Wolfer is ready to fight because a demon from the 2nd level, if he recognizes such a thing, even if he doesn't recognize it as such, he can tell it's definitely a challenging opponent. But he isn't going to jump right into the fight because the demon hasn't done or said anything yet.
Mhm.
So that's my general reasoning for me.
All right, so Mirror Flag, what about you? Miri, what do you got?
Mm. see. I'm in favor of breaking it because we probably can't get ourselves out without getting him out too. Just the whole got to take the bad with the good. Um, I'm okay with that, but I'd like to make sure he doesn't cause havoc for at least a century or two. If I can get him to swear that. So
EA, what about you?
So I'm actually leaning towards freeing it uh, because it has not done wrong yet, but it is a huge force for chaos and possible destruction, which is why I would want to free it, but with the caveat that it fought against the dragon blooded. If you want to do chaos and do horrible things, go do it to them.
So in other words, if it goes and attacks the Blessed Isle, if
Or,
it attacks Dragonblooded Society in the Empire,
mm-hmm,
you call it fair game.
I call fair game. And it'll probably die anyways. But at the same time, I would also say if that doesn't sound feasible, what would you think about coming along? And I'm I'm a student of history and culture. You've seen a lot. Why not just talk?
Okay. What about Corral?
Yeah, so one of the things about Corral is she was sort of rejected by the only place she knew as home. So she's kind of used to being an outcast, and she sees this demon as kind of an outcast as well, and wants to free it with the caveat of maybe becoming a steady companion with this demon, and something develops there, maybe it becomes more than just companionship. Free the demon and date the demon.
That's a T-shirt.
Okay. So, here's the situation. You're in front of this giant, massive demon, and it says, I have done what you commanded. I held the items. Set me free. My job to you is complete. The binding should be broken.
we don't disagree.
There is two options available for freeing it. You can bind it to yourself and make it a servant, or you can let loose. The only way to get an agreement would be to have a binding pact with it. But you'd also have to convince the demon to let you do a binding pact. It's doable. I'm not trying to say it's not, but that involves a check. It's not just a conversation.
Yeah, Mir. Thematically, Mira's gonna phrase it as like, yeah, we'll free you. I just want to make sure you're not gonna, cause chaos to innocents. Like, I don't need death and destruction. If you want to cause chaos to the Empire, disrupt them, go for it. I don't care. I don't necessarily want it as a servant. I just don't want you, not doing bad things. You know what I'm saying right there.
So just to get the general vibe, is it you would request that it join you and you're letting it go?
Yes. Not as a servant, but as, hey, I'm letting you go. I'd like you to stay with me to cause chaos to the Empire, but I just don't want you doing bad overall. No bad things.
Okay. So with that, the dream ends. You find yourselves back where you were before, and there seems to be nothing but sunshine and rainbows ahead. Seems. Here's the catch. See, you didn't require the demon to do anything, and what it really wanted to do was hop through people's dreams and Freddy Krueger. And that is exactly what happens because of your hubris. It terrorizes creation. Friend and foe. Nightmare death. It is like a new great contagion. You have let loose a dog of war, and it has murdered in its path.
Well, the good news is with that means we create new history as societies are wiped out, which means more to study.
Exactly.
which means you're
I'm
gonna
sorry,
have
I'm
to hunt it
joking.
down and get rid of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that would be the end for this particular session. I feel that's the best way to end it is to let it go
Mhm.
and cause
All
havoc.
right.
So, what'd you think?
Yeah, fun.
Wow.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Uh,
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
reminds me of Changeling a little bit as far as just some of the crazy supernatural nature of it all, and the width of the story that could be told. Yeah, so loved it in that regard. Absolutely. So thank you so much, Christy, for running with this
Thank
for us
you.
today.
My absolute
Absolutely.
pleasure. I definitely like third edition a lot more than second. I can actually I can actually run it and not
Awesome.
have to worry about weird math.
That
Yes.
makes sense, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for all this. With that, I will go ahead and say tomorrow we will be back with Fallout at 10:30 in the morning. We have Matt Quiet from Illuminated Page, our original series, back when we were doing Mass Nyarlathotep. He's also showrunner for our Star Trek game, and he will be running the game. And then we have a smattering of people from all over joining. Justine from our Ninja Crusade game, Asu will be there, and several other people. Then tomorrow night, we're gonna have a break in the afternoon. Tomorrow night at 6 p.m., we will be back wrapping up everything with Part-Time Gods, and I'm really looking forward to that because I would like to see it ran as well. I ran it as part of the street team. I would love to see it ran and just being able to watch someone else run it. So, see y'all tomorrow for that. And with that, thank you all so much for everything you've done. Sock, thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
all
much,
you have
Sa.
done. You've been here, you've been a trooper since we started, and keeping chat going, everything else. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. We will see you all semi bright and early in the morning. Later,
Bye.
guys.
I'm going to sleep
Bye,
in.
everybody.
Bye.